Yeah.
And welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Overwatch League. My name is Mitch Leslie, joined here by Matthew Morello. And again, our night matches in the Asian region keep rolling on, now with a switch in format. That's right, our first 3 weeks of each month will be for qualification into our tournament at the end of the month. And two of our teams coming up first are definitely in contention to be part of that top echelon.
Going to be much better, really, near the top or at the top, but they looked very poor.
I mean, quite strange to think about. We'll jump into that a little bit more in just a moment, but for now, refresh your memories and re-meet the Seoul Dynasty.
My old teammate, leadership gesture profit, I wanna beat them.
Tiger Nation. Yo, get the hell out of my zone. Champion is not gone. I just chugged it up slow. I look on my team swole. Hit you with a bomb, bomb, bomb. Shadow with a breakdown. Skies are red, the man down. Sounded like bomb, bomb, bomb. Bomb, bomb. You don't want none. You don't want none.
I think Seoul Dynasty has a very good chance to be one of the strongest teams in the league this season. The added pieces they got from the London Spitfire, plus the good holdovers that they had from last year's roster. Fitz and Marvel, Michelle on the bench. Very good players. Combo now with Gesture and Prophet and Ocean. You have a powerhouse team.
And there you have it, Matt, the Seoul Dynasty. Here is their roster lineup. Prophet, Fitz, Gesture, Michelle, Toby Bedosin. Looks good on paper, but so far in Asia, not so far.
I was going to say, hopefully their gameplay today good as the hype video. 'Cause we haven't really seen them excel at a high level. It was the beginning of the season. We were like, oh, you know, they're going to really take over the Asian region. It's all going to be about Seoul Dynasty. Now the question is, are they even in the top 3, the top 4?
Well, they're quickly falling out of that bracket, Matt. The loss to Guangzhou, you know, who we talked about last week and said, hey, this team is, you know, they're in there. You know, even with their losses, we always made concessions saying, look, these guys are still legitimate. That's been proven now. It's a team that comes over from the Pacific Division or playing in North America and is struggling. Now they have to run a gauntlet, the Seoul Dynasty, of teams like that. Their opponents today, of course, are going to be the Hangzhou Spark, who have definitely been a middle-of-the-table team. But what should be more scary for Seoul is they have triumphed against Guangzhou, where Seoul have not recently. Is their roster Godsby, Adora, Gushue, Ria, Baby, and IDK?
I do feel like, though, this is a game that if Seoul Dynasty were to lose, you would be extremely worried about them. I do feel like this is a Hangzhou team that they should be able to defeat. I don't want to say with relative ease, but they should be able to take them out.
Well, we'll have to see if that's going to be the case. We're going to be heading into games soon. Here is your map pool.
Yeah, hopefully they can go back quick, Chris, after that. What's up, Dre?
Thanks. Oh, hey. All right, cool. Sounds good. Yeah, nice, nice. What were we saying, Matt?
Isn't, like, held up for...
Yeah, no joke, man. Sounds like so much a rigmarole. Yeah. No, that's so rough. Okay. Ah, it'd be good to give him a shot.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, is your audio fucked, Matt? Uh-oh. Oh, no-y.
Halfway through a game today. Well, they all lost audio
Yeah.
halfway through a game.
There are a lot of problems.
Do you know what
Bro,
even
that's-
happened?
No, apparently it was the problem with the system because the 2-box,
Yeah.
they made a new 2-box, and it's been fucking up.
Oh, with the new graphics scheme, probably.
Yeah. I don't really know like how that sort of functions, but it's a thing.
Gotcha.
The whole damn thing. Yeah, I like that. It came out pretty well. Yeah. This. Fickle as the wind. And they were spamming like better with outcasters. Ah, get fucked. Your setup is fucked. Yeah, bullshit. Ah, yeah, I mean, I can hear you. Yeah. Hey, get Colin or TeamViewer into your OBS again. That'll fix it. No, just yeah. I'm sure he'll be out though. Just you know. Yeah. Oh.
All right, I restarted it. Well, cool.
Alright.
That's fine.
It's not awkward if you don't tell us, right?
True, fam. True.
True.
Oh. Yeah, I feel like the audio issues is like probably the biggest thing, but I think it's just because we have so many feeds and stuff with audio and video. I saw they did like a Justice player room video shot thing. Yeah. It was just for like a split second, but yeah. In like just like a technical perspective. I wonder why they couldn't take video like that. Do you think that would make everything way easier, like load-wise? The desk in one shot, like. Could be true. It's like, damn, we should have been doing that all along. Ugh. That we were playing some games of Doa the other day, and he was telling us that I guess for the Riot stuff that he does for like TFT, they just do it all over Discord. And basically, like the I guess like the Chinese observers or whatever, they send a clean. They actually just have somebody in Discord who screen shares a clean feed, and then they just go off of that.
Yep. It's like a slight delay, but it doesn't matter for that game.
Yeah. Yeah, Overwatch, it would be pretty hard to consistently be on a delay.
Oh, no, you couldn't. And then, like, yeah. And the small delays, changes in delay won't matter as much. Are they on? I guess they're on camera, but they're on camera straight from Discord.
Yeah.
So, yeah. It's a far less complex solution.
Our game is very different than a card game.
Yes. I haven't watched long enough of a broadcast.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like, but I don't think they're using like I don't think they're using like TeamSpeak. I think they're probably using like Discord or something different. So when I did the DNP show, they have a Discord that's set up with all different like audio, video, talent, etc. And instead of like TeamSpeak, where it's a system where like you whisper or whatnot, when you're streaming your OBS point of view, like everybody streamed it to I don't think it was a server. I think I just logged into his server and then they just kind of took my picture from maybe Discord. I don't really remember. But when we needed to have somebody come talk to us, they just kind of jumped into the Discord channel and then talked. Yeah, what's up, buddy? Not much. Yeah, what's up? So that may have stumbled before because I was loading in game, and then I moved my OBS to the other monitor.
Yeah, he's also playing WoW
Here,
right now, so that might put pressure on his encoding.
All right. I just turned the game off, so I don't know if you want to let it go. Because I noticed before I had it on my second monitor, and when I was loading into another area, it just kind of stuttered and went crazy.
I get encoding overloaded.
I can lower it if you want.
Playing WoW.
Okay. You should probably turn my light on so you... Yeah.
I do it when I'm...
Dude.
Telling you, bro, we're going places. Uber All-Stars, bro. We're, as Matt likes to put it, schmanging.
Dude, their numbers are sick. Like, it's almost like as good as when the expansion launched. Yo, what's up? Yeah, I can bring my light down. That better? I brought it down just a tad. I don't know how much you needed it.
No. I can go much brighter. It's just, it's also warm, so if I need to cool it down, then I can as well. Hold on. That's probably my fill light that can go up.
We also probably, I mean, I don't have my makeup on. Oh, okay. Mitch, come on, man.
I mean, I'll do whatever you want.
Make him turn his light up so he sweats at 3 a.m. in his office.
Pog. Okay.
I love when I see the lighting for the desk.
Why? Because of how much it varies.
Oh,
between
yeah.
three
Like,
people?
dude, Scott looks like he's in the dark sometimes. Like, half of his body's, like, in the darkness. Like, the bottom, like, corners, like, where it says, like, the Xfinity, like, underneath, are just basically black. Yeah. Hello.
Yo. Oh.
Did you?
Really?
Because I still. Oh,
Cool.
is it still the one that we normally have, or? Oh, $2 caster in, right? Is that what I do? I've never. I still see the game. All right. Oh, I think I see. Yeah.
That's fair.
I can. Do you want me to change
There we
temperature?
go. Oh, yeah, your yellow is all hell.
Yeah, can adjust it.
You need to cool
It's just
it
hard
down, I
to
think.
see it in time. Okay.
It's also his monitor is probably having an impact.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can get that warm. If I get too warm, I'm gonna.
From who? Mine point. My.
All right, cooling it down.
That better, Sarah? What I just did? Oh, okay. I think I'm too bright now, but Mitch. Is that the right color tone? Or do you want? Oh, okay. Mitch, do you know what you have your light set on in terms of the warmth and stuff in the back?
Well, I'm using it as a fill light, so
Right.
yeah, I'm not actually using it as my main light. I'm using the ring light.
You don't want me to touch it.
Don't change anything for a second. All right.
Yeah, I know, because I changed it, I think.
It doesn't look any fucking different.
No, well, I changed. I had a. It's hard because I have the light of my monitor as well. Yeah. See if I can. I don't want to touch it now. Are we good now? Right here? I can leave it. Okay, cool. Is my audio fine now, Sarah? Okay. It was probably just because I was in a game, because it was also, they said my encoder was getting laggy, but yo, that's good though. Nobody loses anybody. That's a good thing. Yup. Alright, sweet. I'm gonna go do makeup. Alright, cool.
All right. Sweet.
Alright. Hey Sarah, can you hear me? Do you want me to keep talking? Do you want me to try it out again, or? Cool. I don't know what I guess, do you want me to count, or what do you want me to do? Or to talk? Kind of weird if I just kept talking alone. Oh, yeah, I mean, it's a kind of the only way I could do my hair, where I have to shave the sides and then keep the top. I don't feel comfortable enough to clean the top up. My problem. Okay. Yeah, I don't feel comfortable enough to even the top up, but it's getting to the point where it's so long that something needs to happen with it. Yeah, I don't mind it. Would I keep it after this? Yeah, I don't know if I will keep it after this, but what I do know is that I probably don't need as many expensive haircuts after all of this is over. I realize that I can just shave the sides and be fine, where I don't really need to pay somebody to shave the sides and then just, hey, can you just even the top out? I probably messy but so I think it's a change for the future. Same thing. I stopped drinking a ton of I didn't stop drinking coffee. That's ridiculous, but I stopped drinking Starbucks. Yeah, yeah, I can go. I mean, instead of going every month, I can probably go every other month. I can probably switch that up a bit. But I haven't been going out and getting Starbucks too. I got a coffee machine, and just thinking about how much money I save. Kind of ridiculous. Did you get tired of talking to me on a 10-second delay? Yeah, that probably pretty frustrating. Uh, it was very odd because I would be talking and then I would hear you respond 10 seconds later, which forced me to kind of go back to where I was. But ah, that's unfortunate. Yeah, I just redid my setup for this week because, well, obviously, like my apartment, you see it, but like I was on this wall standing, but the cord doesn't reach long enough for me to see the monitor, so I've never seen any of the graphics we've done, or I mean, really anything. So I decided to redo it all this week around my computer, so I can actually have the roster graphics up, stats. Otherwise, yeah, I hadn't been able to see that for the first few weeks because, well, I just had the backdrop on the wall here. Like, it was the easiest way to quickly get the setup going. But this week, I just kind of took it all apart. We're going to do it so I can see the actual stuff. It was also kind of getting hectic of standing up out of game, then running to my computer during the game, and then getting back up, running back before the game ended. But then I could barely see the end of the game from where I was. So I was like, I could probably change that a bit. Yeah, I think if I so Sideshow has like my other table. We had like a kitchen table that we didn't, but then we gave it to Johnny and Josh, and then Josh took it, and it's like best sewing table. If I had that one, I probably would have put this set up in another and just use like a laptop and just get like its own thing. Hey, it's kind of cool we're still able to do. Really? I don't get that. Really? Huh. I wonder if that is a yeah. I think I do. You think it's the headset? I mean, I have it just plugged into my Go XLR, so I don't think it really should have any difference from when I was using Scarlet. Yeah. Oh, 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it cuts out. Huh. Hello, 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 hello. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hello, how are you doing today? Sarah, can you hear me better now, maybe? Because I moved my mic closer to my mouth. I wonder if it's just I had it far away. Like, do you want me to try and talk and see if you can hear me on OBS now?
All right.
Okay. I can try that. Give me a sec. Hello, 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 hello. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, 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 hello. 1, 2. Hello, hello, hello. 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 Mitch, can you hear me? Is it
Yeah.
better now than what it was before, or same?
Same to me.
Does it still sound robotic?
No.
No.
You never sounded robotic to me.
So what was it? Is it just interrupted or something, or?
You have to ask Sarah.
Oh, okay.
I've been hearing on TeamSpeak fine.
All right. Sarah, do you hear me better now? You don't change anything in your mixer settings when you switch the mics, do you?
No.
Okay. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, I didn't think I had to change anything, but
No, I just unplug one thing and plug the other one in.
yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, I don't know. I think if anything, it would have been like my gain or gate, which I wasn't speaking loud and just kind of my voice is general doesn't really pick up, but I didn't think it was robotic in a way. I think I was just cutting in and out, so maybe it's better now.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, in TeamSpeak it's fine. I don't know what it sounds like through.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's what they're
Yeah, I don't know why it would sound different through OBS than TeamSpeak, but who knows? Sarah, is it better? Okay. Yeah, I think it's better, supposedly. Who was the lineup for Seoul yesterday? They played creative. Oh. It does? Okay. Sweet. Yeah.
Didn't Seoul play Hangzhou in their first Asia match? Didn't they thump them? I'm pretty sure they pooed on them, right?
I think so. I was thinking about.
Oh, I'll check. It was as early as last week.
Yeah.
They pooed on him. First game of the week.
Let's see. I was looking at yesterday's game. That's what I was talking about.
I don't know if I saw much of it.
They played a different lineup. I would just want to have it up on my other monitor so I can reference it. 'Cause I can do things like that. Oh, interesting. The Liquipedia Overwatch page has kept track of player of the matches. Carpe and Lip lead the league in player of the matches. Let's see. Yeah, they lost 3-0 yesterday to Guangzhou. Creative, Marvel, Gesture, Profit, Fitz, and Toby. So today they'll run no creative, but Ocean's back in, and then it's our first look at Michelle. Yes, they've only played Marvel and Gesture, I believe. I can give you the... Yes. Huh. Yes, Michelle is not played at all. So that's interesting. Okay, so let's see. I can probably find something cool about that. Yeah, this is kind of cool. So we can talk that Michelle hasn't played at all this season yet. But last year for Seoul Dynasty, he was one final blow behind Fitz for the team lead. Yes, 926 for Fitz, 925 for Michelle. Yeah, but he led the team in elims last year. And it wasn't even close. 3,100 to 2,500. Yeah. Oh, and now I can actually sit here. I was just telling Sarah, I was like, before I couldn't even see the end of games because I had to stand up and turn around and go in the corner. And I've never seen any of the graphics we put up, like roster cards or anything, or I've just kind of been going blind. Oh, well, it will get deleted if you get something higher. Oh, that's not bad. I think I'm about to be 1100. The ones that you have the lowest scores for, right? Yeah. Oh, really? That's kind of cool, though. Yeah, we're back and we're ready to go. I'm happy I can just see my monitors. I can see who's playing. I can see stats. It's the little things. Well, damn, we still have 20 minutes. Yeah, I couldn't fit it. I mean, even with this one, I have to have it like at the direct back of my chair to be able to make it work. Yeah. I think too, like as more of I watch people, like it's so impossible to get consistency amongst people. Like I saw Jack and Hex today, and Jack is seated and like kind of close, and then it looks like Hex is like miles away from the camera. Yeah. Like I mean, dude, as long as like I watch the COD broadcast and they're all using different equipment. Somebody's got a headset on, the other guy's got nothing on, there's microphones in it, they got dogs barking, and I'm like, we're doing all right. As long as it's not a drastic difference. Like, I think if I was using my my other mic and not the headset and had a different headset on from Mitch, then it would be like not like consistency. Right. I think Josh though, you can't see his big mic though, right? Yeah, the difference is mine it almost has to be in the shot to get good audio. The quality sounds just as good, if not better. I mean, right. There's a mic in the shot. Exactly. Yeah, I mean, I thought potentially about just wearing this as the headset and using the other mic, just like the line in, just to have some consistency of like, okay, I have the headset on, but I'm not using the mic. But if I had my in-ears like Josh, I probably would have done it. Because I actually think it looks cleaner as well. Nah, they're at the office still. Yeah, it's like, who knows like where the hell they are. I mean, who knows when the hell we're going to be able to even go to anywhere again. Like, you see all those people, Huntington Beach and stuff, and yeah. This yeah. I know. All the players are in the lobby. Let's get this started. Yeah, this light that I got is actually kind of cool. You can hook it up to the Wi-Fi in your place, and you can actually change the color, temperature, and brightness and whatnot. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. Cool. Yeah, and it fits right on the desk, and it has just like a swivel arm, and it just comes right over the top. Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can get another arm and like for the cam, but I think it's fine where it is now though. Yeah, they should totally get Zoe a new audio setup. I don't know what's going on. Going at 10. Well, Super called it, right? I mean, he's the prophecy. He's like, I know somebody's going to get exposed. I think he probably thought they would get exposed by the Shanghai Dragons, not exactly the Guangzhou Charge. So Seoul Dynasty goes from being this unbeatable force to somebody that we don't really know much about right now. Shit. It was muted that whole time. Feels bad.
God damn. Oh, man.
What?
Warren Buffett, who's the most successful investor in the world, has just dumped all of his airline shares. All of them. His company, which costs $280,000 a share, and for contrast, Tesla's shares are $700.
Right. So what you're saying is the airlines aren't in a good spot.
Nope, they are not. Depends if you believe that they'll recover from coronavirus, and this is becoming an incredibly good time to buy.
Well, obviously after this, we're just going to teleport places. We're not going to need the inefficiency.
Yeah, Elon Musk is still working on that, but he's going to get...
Did you see that YouTube video that they made of a demonstration of that you can get anywhere in the world in under 15 minutes, that they're going to launch people in rockets up out of like the gravitational area of the Earth and then just drop them back down on like almost like a pin on a little landing spot? And I was like, don't know about that one. I was like, I'll wait till they test it a bunch and then I'll wait some more. It's like, not sure how I feel about getting launched up in a rocket to eventually land on a pad. Now, if I could get from here to Australia in 15 minutes, 90% chance of it working, maybe.
Well, that's what Virgin Galactic was also trying to work on.
Yeah. I mean, people aren't going to travel as much after this in just general, right? I mean, I don't think that's going to be a surprise to anybody.
It'll take a while.
Yeah. Gesture in the chat just said they're ready.
Welcome back to the Overwatch League, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us, no matter where you are in the world, for our Asia region matches. I'm Mitch Leslie, joined here by Matthew Morello. And now, Matt, with a format change in the league, all of these matches in the first 3 weeks of a month leading to our tournaments are a great chance to assess teams before we really put them to the test for a bit of extra cash.
I mean, new format, new hero in play, a hero pool that really suits the new hero well in terms of not a lot of counters. It's been a wild week this far. Cool.
So good.
Yeah, like I'm probably not going to want to fly for a while after this.
No, especially with everyone fearing about a sort of resurgence of the
I was
virus.
just, me and Chelsea were just laughing. She's like, oh, I wish I put this on your American Express or your Chase. And I was like, well, I don't think we'll need the miles for a bit.
Yeah, I know, but I'm still trying to get medallion status locked in anyway. Isn't that crazy?
They'll probably extend it.
Yeah. Because I still need to work towards the... Oh, fuck. Oh, shit, I was supposed to pay the bills.
Shh, dude. Gotta pay the bills.
Oh, at least this is a good time for to not get in much trouble for being a little bit late on your bills.
Yeah.
But I better do that.
Oh, he sold all of the airline price stocks for a loss.
Yeah, of course, for a loss, because now they're down at $20. Like, Delta, I like 5% of my portfolio is with Delta. But I didn't invest in United or American Airlines because I think they're shit. All right.
He said he made a mistake in valuing.
What do you mean? When he sold them?
No, I guess when he bought them.
I mean, when did he buy them?
I don't
Because
know.
the coronavirus is hitting them hard. Like that changes the fair value of a stock quite drastically. Like,
At the end of at the end of 2019, he owned 11% of Delta, 8% of United, and 9% of Southwest.
Well, I can tell you, American Airlines stock is oh
yeah.
$10, $11 a share. That's got to be close to the yearly low. Let's have a look.
That he said that he was wrong on the investments in the airline industry. That the airlines have too many planes.
Yeah, I mean, the guy obviously knows what he's talking about, but I don't really understand that. I mean, yeah, so like American Airlines is trading at $10.76. Their yearly low is $9.09, and that was the first coronavirus shock that came in. But oh god, yeah.
And he said that his company's worth less money because of his position on the airline, so it was a mistake.
Yeah, of course. Yep. Because like you invest in your portfolio. I invested $5,000 in Delta before this happened. Now I'm probably have like $3,500, depending on like
right.
Like and now if that makes up 10% of my portfolio, and my portfolio is in the billions, then yeah, this is like millions of dollars that he's lost on Delta.
What? Oh, his company had $50 billion in losses in the first quarter of 2020.
His company trades two kinds of shares. One is preferred, one is not. His preferred shares, are the most expensive stocks in the world.
Oh, what, of his company?
Yeah, Berkshire Hathaway. You look up BRK, the ticker is BRK.A. You can see what one share costs. And I mean, the market cap The market cap for Berkshire Hathaway is $443 billion,
Bruh.
which means that's the amount of shares times the price
Look
of
at
the
that
share.
arrow just straight down.
Everything looked like that though since late February.
Yeah.
Like the entire market is, because you gotta understand, like,
It's actually, I guess it's come up since March a little bit.
yeah, because everyone is starting to think that like stuff is going to be opening soon.
Right.
And that's why there's mounting pressure by the Fed as well on like Donald Trump to open everything up, and he's like, "Oh, it sounds good. I like money." But basically, all stocks look like that because all stocks have a degree of correlation to the S&P 500, which is like the aggregates. It's the top 500 companies in the US, and basically like they're put into a chart of their value.
Right.
And so that is what we call, quote unquote, the market. And when that drops, like all stocks have a degree of correlation with that. And a lot of them have quite a strong degree of correlation with it. So it depends on the sector. So like industrials is a good example, like any like precious metals or like harvesting or agriculture, their stocks have a high degree of correlation to the S&P 500. Some stocks, like tech stocks, don't. Sometimes they don't go on they really go in the opposite direction. They like if the S&P 500's up, everything's up, except for gold, except for oil, and a few other things. But in general, yeah. That's why what I do is in my portfolio, I have plenty of stocks like like Apple and Google and all that sort of shit. But I also find stocks that have a negative degree of correlation with the market, so that when everything's good, my investment in those stocks doesn't look that good, right? But when everything goes down, that stuff starts to look really good. So the overall value of my investments actually kind of doesn't change too much.
That makes sense.
If I feel like we're heading into a downturn, I will add those to my portfolio, and then afterwards I will sell them off and then sort of keep my portfolio rising. Otherwise, your portfolio won't increase in value if you have too many like negative correlation stocks. But that's the core concept of diversifying a portfolio.
Makes sense. I mean, the markets have come back a little bit, it looks like.
Yeah, they're dropping. Well, let's have a
Compared
look.
to where they were.
Let's have a look at let's have a look at the S&P 500 for the last 6. Yes, so that first dip was the panic of coronavirus. What you should expect to see, I would expect, now the panic is done, the actual economic effects of industries shutting down will start to show, especially airlines, cruise liners, any industries that really rely on people being able to go out and work. It takes like a month or so for those effects to actually be felt. And it also what happened is that the Federal Reserve and like Wall Street were really saying, oh no, everything's going to be fine, guys. Like, market's going to be very strong, yada, yada, yada. Just sort of, to raise confidence. And so the market still stayed fairly strong. But I think now, once we start to see concrete evidence of an economic slowdown and we potentially see a recession.
All right.
That is like there's 30 million people are unemployed
Yeah.
right now. There is no way the market looks like that when the effects of that actually start to take place.
That makes sense. Yeah, because it also is the assumption that once things open, that people are just going to go out, but it may not be that way. People may just take it slow for a while.
They will eventually go out, yeah, but it will build up. That's the concern. Is not whether the markets will recover if coronavirus,
It's how fast.
is not an issue, but it's like the people, and I quote this directly. Brokers are quoting a zombie apocalypse. Like companies are just stacking on more and more debt, and obviously, when you don't have enough money to pay for things, and the government has to bail you out, do you know what the government does? Prints more money, and then your currency value goes down. And they just inflate the tits out of the market, and obviously that doesn't work. Like what really should be happening is that the Federal Reserve should just be hands off and let the market fall into a slump for a while, and then allow it to climb.
Just become the president, dude. Yeah. I think the teams are ready. So obviously we can't start the broadcast.
I was gonna say, well, yeah, just let production know that we can
Jansen,
kick it
tell
off.
them to start it up, dude. The teams are ready, bro. Tell them to start it up, man. What's going on?
Fucking hell.
That's how it worked back in the day. Oh, teams ready? Oh, yeah, go live.
Oh yeah, I liked that. Usually we were waiting on the teams to just be ready.
You'd start casting in the middle of like map 1. Oh, okay. So what does that change?
Lol.
Dude, what are next week's night games, dude?
Those two are bitching about missing casting anyway, so if I can give them all they can hold.
What I find interesting, I want to cast whatever goes on with the Titans next week, Jansen. It's the we don't even know who's playing. I mean, it's not gonna be good.
Are you trying to sign us up for night matches?
Oh no.
Fuck off.
If the night matches were good, I was gonna say sign us up, but yeah, the 9th you get Shanghai Seoul Dynasty again. Chengdu London. That'll be a banger. Yeah, there's 4 matches in NA on Saturday. And there's 4 games on Sunday. Oh yeah, 3. Sorry, I forgot.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for joining us wherever you are in the world. My name is Mitch Leslie. I'm here with Matt Morello, and we're back into some more Overwatch League action with, excuse me, a little bit of extra spice in the mix now, Matt, that our first 3 weeks of every month, or at least this month, play into a tournament regionally at the end of the month. So we have a chance with the hero pools that we have now to sort of have a look at these teams and see how they shape up going into that last week.
And you thought that Seoul Dynasty could have been one of the teams that maybe is at the top or in contention to win the May tournament in the Asia region. But that was before our kind of expectations of them were kind of turned on its head, right? I mean, before they play Shanghai, everyone's debating whether these are the two best teams in the league.
Yeah.
And then they end up losing badly to Shanghai, and then they end up getting destroyed by Guangzhou the other night. So I think the jury's still out for Seoul Dynasty.
I agree, but for those who aren't super familiar with their road up until now or who they are in general, let's get you reacquainted with the Seoul Dynasty.
My old teammate, Leadership Gesture Profit, I want to beat them.
Tiger Nation. Yeah, get the hell out of my zone. Champion is my throne. I just chugged it up slow. I look on my team swole. Hit you with a bomb, bomb, bomb. Shadow with a red down. Skies are red, the man down. Sounded like bomb, bomb, bomb. Bomb, bomb. You don't want none. You don't want none. You don't want none.
I think Seoul Dynasty has a very good chance to be one of the strongest teams in the league this season. The added pieces they got from the London Spitfire, plus the good holdovers that they had from last year's roster. Fitz and Marvel, Michelle on the bench. Very good players. Combo now with Gesture and Prophet and Ocean. You have a powerhouse team.
And there you have it, Matt, the Seoul Dynasty. We can have a little bit of a moment here to look at their roster for tonight while we continue to discuss this team. Because honestly, Seoul, coming into these Asia region matches were expected to be very, very strong. Now, their first opponent was the Hangzhou Spark, who they dispatched handily. But from there, it was a downhill trend for this super team.
And they looked poor in their most recent match. I think Shanghai just showed how dominant they can be as a team, as one of the two best teams, probably the best team in this region at the moment. The Guangzhou loss is bad, though. The Guangzhou loss is bad. We have to see Seoul bounce back, and they make some lineup changes. So we get Creative, he moves out of the lineup, but Ocean comes back in. And then also Michelle comes in for the first time this season. And Michelle is such a good player for Seoul Dynasty. Last year, just one final blow behind Fitz for the team lead. He led the team in eliminations the whole year, playing mostly Diva. Big time player here for Seoul Dynasty.
Yeah, it's actually kind of a surprise that we haven't seen a little bit more of him in the mix now. But yeah, Gesture and Michelle together, we'll see how that actually looks. And Fitz will hopefully continue to show some of this dominance in that DPS position. Now, Matt, we look at the other side of the table. It's the Hangzhou Spark, who we got to see some of them last week as well, and it's been kind of up and down for this team. We saw them, go up against Guangzhou and struggle a fair bit. The Chengdu matchup was also quite a fascinating one. This team is in flux as the hero pool changes.
I think, though, this week could be good for Hangzhou. You have Rion the Diva, Gushui on Winston, right? And a little bit more dive-centric with Echo in the lineup, and maybe we see Hangzhou pull up an upset. An upset here would be huge for Hangzhou as they can get to 5-5.
Yeah, I mean, they struggled last time around against the Seoul Dynasty. Seoul looked to be that dominant team that everyone expected them to be. But now they look back and they go, wait a minute, we haven't lost to the Guangzhou Charge at all this season. We beat them actually quite recently, and it wasn't all that close. So they should be smelling or tasting the blood in the water now and have an opportunity to sort of cause them some problems. But I'm curious to see what they've done now, with this current hero pool, Matt. And the map pool as well for this series is quite a curious one, especially for the Spark, given that many of them are actually sort of losing record maps for them. So it's not, as a team that I walk into this map pool and be like, this is home ground kind of territory here. Some of these ones have been the sites of rough losses for them in the past.
And one thing I'm looking at in this series as well, Mitch, talking about some of the just some of the compositions that you'll see be played, is that Seoul is opting to start Gesture in the main tank spot. So obviously we know Gesture very talented on Winston, etc. But Marvel and Michelle are a really strong tank duo as a pair last year. Just so to see them put in Michelle and not put in Marvel kind of tells you where they think Gesture's game is at. And I think Marvel in the main tank role as well, as we've only really seen them play Sigma in the off tanks.
Well, a new mix for the Seoul Dynasty in general. Now we head into Busan, and this first map for Seoul, much in the same way that New York didn't want to play Echo on Lijiang Tower Control Center. We saw that they sort of started playing it in later on the series. They're going to go with potentially a bit more of a safer comp. They could just, you know, TP out of the door and play the Echo quite happily. Now it looks like there might be the play for both sides here. So we'll see what we get. It's going to be Zenyatta and Brigitte for the Hangzhou Spark.
I don't know if we're going to see Seoul play it as they're playing Orion Diva. Let's see what... Yeah, they're going to play the Reaper and they're going to play Mei. So interesting. Seoul Dynasty going to go with a much slower comp. So we discussed this a little bit, I know, on Plat Chat, and me and Josh had a bit of an argument. And I thought we would see more of the composition. You see Seoul running and then people just kind of ignoring the Echo and running through it. Didn't think we'd see that, where the Winston... you have the Reinhardt just pin the Echo, as this is a clean fight here for Seoul Dynasty.
Yeah, I don't know how often we're going to see a Reinhardt manage to get a charge kill on an Echo, but the Dynasty, I mean, they tipped us off, Matt, with their choice of supports here with the Moira and the Lucio. Kind of implies that you maybe don't see a ton of Echo from them. They're playing a very classical composition here. And they managed to catch Bebe and prevent him from getting back to the rest of his team. So they're off to a great start.
The way I thought about this comp, and the way I almost still do until I see a lot more of it, is that this kind of reminds me of like Seoul Dynasty. Imagine Seoul Dynasty playing Goats right now, and the Hangzhou Spark playing like a Pharah type of composition, but Echo doesn't do as much splash damage as the Pharah, right? So if the Echo's in the air, just putting down, you know, some grenades and whatnot, you just speed boost through and go to the front line. The advantage that Hangzhou has in that regard is that their front line's a little bit more mobile. They can move around, obviously, get to places faster, but I just don't know if it's going to be impactful. Because you see Seoul Dynasty, look at this. They just leave the damage dealers on the point. They just run right through.
Well, Adora has no sightlines if there's no threat being generated by the rest of the Spark, Matt. And the Dynasty knew that Hangzhou were going to try and play a heavy side to their pincer and push 5 players up through main. So a Coalescence is, I mean, it's purely elementary by that point. You're going to catch a kill.
And who do you dive here if you're Hangzhou, right? There's not really a great target as Michelle gets on the point, just going to harass Godspeed. He'll probably build up towards an EMP, but the EMP's got to be good or else Soul's going to clean sweep this point.
All right, Adora has a chance. He's finally been able to build up his duplicate here, so a chance to maybe make some sort of play. Maybe he does copy the Reinhardt from Gesture, who may not be alive to even be copied. Adora's able to burst him down with a focus beam. Godspeed over the top of the point now has an EMP, but the Spark just need to be really careful. They don't want to spend too much here. Gushue, Primal Rage, I think they're happy conceding that, but the rest of the DPS especially need to hold on. They have a long stall to play here while they control the point.
Yeah, it's going to be 88% for Seoul Dynasty, and they didn't really invest much of anything the entire time. What, just the Coalescence? So they're going to have this sound barrier. You have to be wary of the EMP, and I think you brought up a great point. Who does Adora go and copy here? Maybe the Mei? Possibly the Reaper? Get a Death Blossom off? It'll be interesting.
Something survivable, I think, just to get that extra effective health pool. I wonder who is going to be the first of us to actually to get mixed up on a on a duplicate here. Probably me, based on track record.
Yeah, I was going to say, it would obviously be you.
All right, well, in that case, just despite you, going to try and hold on and avoid that. So, Adora able to glide over the battlefield for the time being. Seeker Bomb's thrown in the direction of Prophet. It's the D.Va self-destruct that was blocked by Gesture. Prophet goes down a focusing beam now, and a self-destruct from Michelle forces Godspeed to translocate on out. Adora gets shattered there. It was, of course, copying the D.Va. Gesture happy enough just to get that duplicated target out to prevent a quick self-destruct from Adora, but he may be able to build it up anyway. Gushue is getting pushed into now by Gesture. The Dynasty have a sound barrier. They just used it. They've got not much more to work with. They do have position. Getting rid of Gushue is the first step here, Matt. Get rid of this Winston, but he's got Primal Rage and he's sticking around.
Yeah, he's going to be hard to displace off the point now as he's just knocking players from Seoul Dynasty all over the place to get a hack on a Gesture again. But the longer this fight goes, Mitch, and the more it hangs on the point and in close quarters, it favors Seoul Dynasty so massively.
Fitz, I mean, he got tired of waiting for the Spark to come to him. I think Seoul realized the Spark would concede in that fight, but they don't have that luxury. because it's 98% and counting now. Jester's just going to try and stall. The longer he stays alive there, yep. The longer his team have to finish the round. And the Seoul Dynasty off of a strong start will take Mecha Base here on Busan.
And they're able to do it just by, they just batter opponent down. When you have Reaper and you have May, charge an opponent, pick a target, run them down. It works on that map. We'll see what happens here as we move to the next point. It looks like Seoul, they're going to bring out a composition that looks eerily similar to Hangzhou Sparks. Hangzhou was running the Brig, now going to change it up, play the Lucio Zen. Could potentially see them switch back as Brig actually becomes pretty powerful in dive compositions now in terms of being able to get those armor packs on the squishy targets.
Yeah, and even if you're trying to deal with dive as well, Adora needs to be careful, of course, not to get too close. And well, for Godsby or for Profit as it may be in this case, you don't want to get shut down before he can actually get anything done on the backline. So sticky bombs get thrown on Profit's feet. He is still looking for Adora here, and it's just a matter of attrition. A lot of those shots not intended to kill, but just to force that Echo to have to go back to some healing or to take away that number.
Yeah, it's just like when you see two Faras just kind of poking at each other, shooting at each other. Well, maybe not, as that'll be a Discord Orb onto Adora, and then the sticky bombs finish him off. So Prophet gets first blood, he'll take out Godspeed. You think with, so what I love about Echo is it really brings some of the damage dealers, just overall hero pool and tech to light. When you think about Echo as a hero, like the first two players I would think of are like Prophet and Rascal, right? Like two players being able to play so many different things at a high level. Yeah. And you're going to see some nutty plays, I believe, from Prophet in the future.
Well, we had Dante versus Rascal today in the earlier matches, and that was like the perfect Echo face-off in that regard. So Seoul control the point, but they lose Ocean here. Godspeed is able to get in there with the help of a Discord Orb. The Spark, despite this, not super confident about pushing forward to the point. So they do make the push now. Profit goes down, so they should be feeling a little bit safer, but they've let this go on a little long, and they've given Seoul a little bit more time, not only for Fitz to charge up EMP, but for the rest of the reinforcements to arrive. Really weird little staggered fight there with Toby dropping at the end.
Yeah, really odd. From Seoul Dynasty, they give up the point now, about 50%, but we'll see what Prophet decides to do with his duplicate.
What is
he's just trolling.
He's spamming the I need healing voice line. I mean, okay. Well, he gets caught out. Fitz now going to be sitting back a little bit. He does have EMP. Both he and Dosby have those available, so it is going to be up to Bebe and Vidoshin, respectively, to make sure that their lights aren't turned out for good.
They get Gushue
Fitz sitting on back. Yeah, he had a Discord Orb on him as well. That was nice placement there from Bebe. Fitz, okay, he was about to get hacked, so he gets out immediately. Profit now. Okay, he's going to duplicate the Brigitte here now. Getting a rally there would have been huge, but it got taken out before he had the chance. Still a three-player EMP for the Seoul Dynasty. The Spark now struggling a little bit with that one. Bebe still managed to get the Transcendence off, though. Self-destruct over to the point, and the Spark is still in control right now. Gesture wants to press the rear down, and D-Mech in a bit of trouble. Gesture backs up. It's almost like he felt that Gushue was about to hit his backline, and Adora is going to copy a Diva. I mean, there's going to be a self-destruct not too far away at this rate. So easy to build that ultimate up there as Echo. Mid-Ocean is going to stay out of line of sight, almost expecting it to happen. Gesture gets two, though. Bebe and IDK go over the edge. Adora's bomb really isn't given too much respect. No one's bothered by it. With the Seoul Dynasty still need to finish this fight. They had to clean the point, and Adora drops in and finishes off Gesture.
Yeah, you got Godspeed still here as well for the Hangzhou Sparks. So we'll see as Godspeed, Rhea do fall. So they'll have to back up. This will be Seoul with a retake, and man, is it good to see Gesture back on Winston. So, I mean, poor guy's been forced to play the Orisa. All we're talking about, last year is, can he play the Reinhardt? Like, what about this? What about that? I mean, people forget, like, he was like clear cut one of the best Winstons, if not the best in the world.
Yeah, absolutely. He's definitely in the conversation, Matt. The Reinhardt left a bit to be desired, but that's not really the issue here, is it? Gesture is down. 70% and counting, though, still for the Dynasty. They have to be so careful here. They either need to... Yeah, they can't commit to this fight now, not after losing Profit to the focusing beam.
Can you? You have I mean, you'll have Trance, right? No, never mind. I thought Michelle may have been a little bit closer. If you had, like, the Trance and then kind of stagger the point between those two, you could have potentially stalled it out.
So, there is an argument that if you EMP there, before Bebe gets his Transcendence, and that's a better opportunity, but Seoul was still back towards their spawn, and I don't think Fitz felt like using EMP without the rest of his team there. We'll see if that comes back to bite him, though. Fitz backed up. Defense Matrix covering him for the time being. Gesture takes a huge hit as he goes forward. He got Discord as soon as he hit the ground and then stunned up. The dive, that did not work for the Seoul Dynasty. Gesture too low, too quick. Prophet now does at least get the rally, so a lot of survivability, but no presence on the point for the Seoul Dynasty. It all came down to that last dive, and the Discord orb sneakily stuck to the Winston by Bebe, pretty much securing that round for the Spark.
You were almost better if you were Seoul Dynasty trying to play when you had the 86%, right? Like what I was talking about, like if Fitz would have showed a little bit more and then translocated, you could have had Michelle jump on and extend the point even further and then follow it up with the trans. You also would have gotten Prophet back with a duplicate, could have brought in a Diva to kind of replace that off tank in a way.
It sounds much riskier than waiting for 6 though, doesn't it?
But in that type of situation where it's one fight territory, look at how easy it was for Hangzhou to win that. They Discord Orb Gesture, he had to jump in because they were so scared of the EMP on the other side. They had to basically sacrifice him.
It's a Nene grab moment for Fitz at the EMPs and they lose the fight there. You know what I mean? Like it's one of those absolutely awful things.
You gotta have a Nene grab moment to get a win though, right? I mean, 50-50 chance to get it right.
Yeah, you gotta flip the coin. If it goes wrong, well, people will just give you crap for it, but can't really do too much about that. The Fitz in a safe position here. It's gonna be Ash for both sides here. Try to find some hit scan left in the pool. And they come up with this.
Well, that's why I also think you see a ton of Echo this week, is because there's no hit scan, right? With like McCree out and Widowmaker gone. I don't know how much we'll see her when they return. Well, although he will get Mercy back.
That's right. So when Mercy was out of the pool, everyone was like, oh, Echo's not going to have that safety. And then seeing 2 hit scan DPS also removed 2 of the most prolific ones kind of makes you think, well, okay, maybe there's not much to threaten her instead of keep her alive. So Adora was actually going to find a sticky bomb kill on Prophet there. You won't see too many of those Echo to Echo. They can be a little bit hard to hit sometimes, but Rhea gets desuited. 25% and counting that focusing beam. Yeah, Adora is able to chase so effectively. If there's a half health target, I mean, they're more likely than not just going to get taken down. You can glide on after them and pick them up.
Was Bebe weak there?
I'm not sure.
Pops the Transcendence in like a 6v1 almost, but that'll be tough for Hangzhou not to have that in the next upcoming fight. But it'll be Hangzhou gets the point after a little bit of percentage goes over to Seoul Dynasty. Fitz with a Bob. We'll see if Bob made some big plays earlier. We'll see if Bob comes out, makes some big plays. There's no Ana here to put him to sleep. He's just gonna kind of line of sight him.
Oh, I don't see. I mean, this is a little bit of a tough position for Seoul to play out of right now. Also need to be very careful not to be throwing dynamite in. They go for the Bob though. Bob trundles across the point. Just bangs on into the post there like a rugby player that's had too many burgers for lunch. It's going to be Prophet going down though. Theodora is going to copy the Winston on the point now, and this is a great position to be close to Primal Rage. This could be nasty. Checks the point, then sees 2 supports. He knows there's going to be a Brigitte there to make this a little bit harder, but oh, the damage he could do, even if he pushed into the Brig. And yeah, the Spark are able to buy themselves enough time with Fitz going down that they will move back into resonance.
And now we're going to see a Bob coming in from God's B as he just kind of chucks it in there. Why not? Sometimes Bob really just doesn't contribute much of anything. No, I feel like it's more of a victory. It's more of a victory ultimate. You know, like it's an extended version of the tactical crouch.
That's right. Ash is the hero you want to only really use ultimate when you've won the round, or you know you're definitely going to win the round. Otherwise, value maybe not so great. Sticky bombs try to be placed in the path of Seoul Dynasty as they move out of
so much trouble here. I mean, to think about how they've had these ultimates, and Bebe just getting his Transcendence back now, and they haven't been able to make anything work towards the point.
We could have 3 Winston Primal Rages in this fight. Just keep an eye on that. We'll see. Jester gets his first, so well, not in a great position to do much with it. Now he's going to kind of walk across the point here. Prophet copies the Winston. He'll have Primal Rage now available. He uses it. Goosewet used his Primal as well, and I called it. Oh, God, it is an absolute madhouse here. A lot of juggling going around, but this ain't certain Soleil. This is the Overwatch League. Prophet down to Rhea, self-destruct and a Transcendence in desperation on point for the Seoul Dynasty. Bomb over the top. Bob blink it away with the wrist mount and cannon, and Fitz has to do some serious lifting now to change the fate of the Dynasty. All right, not too bad at all. Couple quick kills on the backside there, but Seoul are down to just a couple players, and the Spark, Matt, they can push back in.
You know, they're just pushing in, maybe trying to get some more ultimate percentage, but they flipped the point. They only have 3 players here. You got the Brig on the point now. Adora did use a duplicate, and Seoul can't get anybody there, man.
The woes continue to stack up for the Seoul Dynasty there. They look fairly solid map in round 1, where they didn't have to play Echo, but when it turned around, Adora dominated Profit in the Echo matchup. So many Primal Rages, so many flying furry fists, and at the end of the day, it's a W in the column here for the Spark.
Look, I mean, we haven't really seen a ton of great stuff outside of the Oasis Sigma from Seoul Dynasty. Outside of that, it's been really rough. Hangzhou is a great chance, I think, to take this series.
I mean, it's concerning. Seoul Dynasty, their roster is built around the concept that you can have sort of, different sort of DPSs and different kinds of tank lines coming into the mix, even changed flex supports today, but no luck on map number 1. We're going to go to a break, ladies and gentlemen. When we return, we'll see if Seoul can start to claw their way back a little bit in map 2.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Cheez-It Groups. Deep flavor, deep crunch. It's a mind crunch. And by Zip Chair Gaming, the official chair supplier of the Overwatch League. Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of the Overwatch League.
Just trying to figure out where you were going with that. It's like wait, what? So yeah, I guess players still figuring out what to duplicate. It seems like people just trying to do it. Anyone, but
I had myself muted, so my cheeky little joke there didn't sort of play
the joke
off,
was good. The joke basically, I'll repeat the joke for you guys. So it was basically unfollow at Uber Shouts on Twitter, follow at Mr. X on Twitter. That was pretty much it.
That's good. Yeah, you forgot the like, comment, subscribe part as well.
Hit the bell.
Matt Mr. X on YouTube. Yep. That's where you want to be. So anyway, it was a struggle for Seoul Dynasty to find their feet there. And I think although the Echo play is quite important, if the dive fundamentals aren't there, that's where things can fall apart. I think that's we saw that on round 2 on Busan. Seoul were in a 1-5 position. They had to make a successful dive. but their Winston got burned down a little bit too fast. Now, in maps where we see those dive comps used, eyes, as much as it's tempting to follow the echoes buzzing about in the air, you want to be watching the Winston. You want to be seeing, you know, exactly, is the Discord on him? Is there going to be healing available? Because, again, Briggs Zen combos don't have the burst healing you need to get your Winston back up to health to dive again.
I'm not exactly sure just copying the character with the largest HP pool is necessarily, like, the answer, right? Like, whether it be D.Va or Winston. Like, I'm not exactly sold on that yet. I think when, I really find it fascinating that, like, we only saw Prophet do it once, but to duplicate a break and to get a rally, and you get it so quickly because you get the damage and the healing, right? So it's like a double whammy. Like, I saw Rascal today do it a few times with, like, Baptiste, but I feel like that's where you get, I mean, in a game that's so much about sustain, I feel like that's almost even a better option as time goes on.
Yeah, and potentially safer. But the thing is about Brig is you don't get healing for yourself unless you're hitting people, unless you're proccing your Inspire.
Yeah, but when you hit people, you don't die, right? So
that's, yeah, somehow Brig 200 HP still doesn't really die very much. So Prophet gonna fly over the steeple here, and I don't think he's very surprised at all to see what Spark's composition features currently. So Jetty with the Discord board here, they want to try and dive into this left side room, focusing beam, mostly covered up by the shield there. That beam does nothing really against shields. Again, more damage against minus 50% health targets. So now, Fitz has gotten into the backline. Now, what do you do if you're here? I'm sure it's a great view.
I mean, they're trying to set up a dive, but the rest of the members of the Seoul Dynasty still stuck at the choke.
Adora even being able to use the sticky bombs to zone. So Gesture gets in. He actually gets towards Gushue, but he takes way more damage.
So much more damage than Gushue on the engages. Like, it's kind of crazy.
But cleverly enough as well, Fitz revealed himself when that dive began. Rhea just turned around and went for the 1v1. I mean, you can't hack a D.Va while she's shooting you. You're getting interrupted during that animation.
What's scary when I watch, the Seoul Dynasty team right now is that we've only seen them excel and play well in the slower type of composition, some more methodical, you know, slower tanks, slower damage dealers. A composition like this with a dive takes time to build up the coordination and get the teamwork going. Now you bring in a new off tank that you had the other day, another flex support. It almost just kind of shows they don't really feel like they're ready for it, as this will be an EMP that comes in from Godspeed. Probably didn't even need it, to be honest. I mean, the D.Va just fell off the side, so.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it secures an easy kill on the Zenyatta, but that's kind of what you expect anyway.
But they were in no position to push. Right, I mean, what were they going to do? Go in without the D.Va? I mean, Gesture's already getting chunked down with the D.Va.
Seoul Dynasty have been playing Boomer Overwatch is basically what you're saying. That slow-paced style of if you want to say that,
then the whole league has been for the first 12 weeks or so, right?
Oh man, so many Boomers I didn't even know it. All right, well, Gesture now just going to take some shelter inside that room here, but Adora is punishing him. I mean, you see how frequently sticky bombs available. It's like, what, a 7-second cooldown or so. All right. Seoul gets some ground without taking too much damage. And Toby has to use the rally to do so. Adora copies the D.Va once more. And, oh man, too easy to build this one up. Now we can go for a self-destruct. You can also get back into mech awfully quickly if that actually happened. Just in a D.Va form, your ult card generation is also accelerated in that form. EMP though, that was a big one. Bebe still having to get the Transcendence out there, and that's the most important part. Seoul Dynasty struggling to shut down the Zenyatta play here, and with Rhea finally getting desuited, the main tanks are traded. Prophet now might have to step up and provide some of that big damage, but Bebe in the backline for the Spark. Really made
Seoul
life hard
has to back out. They lose Gesture, and Michelle gets demech. As Mitch, they hit a crazy EMP, mind you. A 6-player EMP. Michelle has a D.Va bomb, doesn't hit anybody. But that's the type of things when you don't have that like teamwork and coordination, right? A map like this, on the point, a 6-player EMP should be able to come out with at least one with a D.Va bomb, not in position to make that play happen.
That's a great point. I mean, you know, all of your mobility as many of these heroes comes from being able to use those corresponding abilities, which are shut down by EMP. So I guess the Spark just got in the shape. They went up to the Honey Lodge for a little bit of a henshin.
And the Spark here can play passive, right? They have the EMP, they use it, they take out Prophet, so you're not going to have the ability to get a duplicate. Adora, he'll turn into a Winston now, so now you have 84 HP on the point.
And the cleave on this gun makes it too easy. Adora now in Primal Rage again, and Jess just gone down. Ria's self-destruct has made sure of that, and the Seoul Dynasty aren't making any progress here. There will be no uphill climb through the streets of Eichenwalde for them at this rate. Michelle desuited now. Had to be a translocate on out by Fitz, and oh my giddy aunt. Seoul Dynasty are lacking the gumption here on their second match.
Somebody better call NYXL up. And their match was supposed to start at 3.
Somebody better call the fans up, because I'm sure the Twitter page told them what time they'd be live. The fans will be getting up for the game, and I think that they need to, what is there an amble or alert equivalent for, warning your team is playing much earlier than thought. If you keep sleeping, you'll miss it.
That's funny. It's like Chelsea was helping me with my makeup. Surprise, guys! I don't get this good alone. I need some help. Looking this good alone, but. She's like, oh, well, what time do you think you guys will be done? I'm like, oh, I don't know. I was like, but there is a chance we have 2 relatively quick games tonight. Seoul Hangzhou, I think Seoul probably bounces back, and then New York Chengdu. We just saw them 3-0 last week. Didn't expect this entirely when I sat down, but Hangzhou's looked phenomenal. Also, I think the benefit for Hangzhou is, as I mentioned, Seoul is struggling to coordinate some of these things. This is the same exact roster we've seen from Hangzhou for all of last year, pretty much. Into this year.
Look, Matt, Seoul got 2 kills on that half.
Yeah.
One of them was from Toby, the Brigitte player. No, sorry, from Bedosian, sorry. Right. And one was from Fitz. So, Struggle Street, they are living on it.
No bueno.
Yeah, and I don't know if they're going to be buying hotels on it anytime soon. We'll see. The Hangzhou Spark now, all they have to do, Matt, is get 1 tick. So this would be a very quick transition into halftime.
It is such a dangerous game you play as well here, because you need 1 tick, and the other team's forced, like Seoul is forced to invest ultimates into every fight with the necessity to win. And when you have the EMP on the other side to just kind of play around and play behind, and you need 1 fight, it becomes near impossible for a team like Seoul Dynasty to pull this off.
Yeah. It's a dangerous game, Matt. You're right, but Overwatch is a dangerous game. It's not for the faint of hearted. You've got to have fortitude, especially if you want to try and go through most of Blizzard's cinematics without shedding a tear. So the Spark will still await their opportunity. Prophet are doing much the same as Adora did earlier on, trying to sticky bomb and get early damage. Look at how you have to lead those as well, mind you. There is a bit of a travel time on them, so Prophet is just trying to connect as many as he can onto Gushue. Hangzhou are happy. They get to the first milestone here without losing a player. In fact, without taking a lot of damage and stress in their healing resources. Now they can actually go for the throat.
It's just, let's see how they decide to engage. As Gesture gets tagged up, so does Gushue. Gushue will end up falling, gets hit with a Discord Orb. So you think Hangzhou not going to be able to make anything happen here. Just now poking for some ult charge. They'll have to back out and wait for their main tank.
I think Hangzhou's hand got forced there. Adora wasn't in position to commit. He actually wanted to wrap back around with the rest of his team. I think the Dynasty actually went a bit aggressive on their own and got a good Discord Orb on Gushue and capitalized effectively.
Here's what you can do now if you're Hangzhou, right? You built up an EMP, you have a duplicate coming in, you can almost like primal, or you can use your own Transcendence with an EMP, right? And then maybe duplicate and get another ultimate. Is just about sustained on the point where Hangzhou wins it.
What is Adora doing? He went in on his own. That was so aggressive. Was he trying to force the Transcendence? He went and duplicated a Zenyatta and then got picked off almost instantly. Whatever it was, it seems to have worked.
And Ocean dies, doesn't even get the Transcendence off.
That should be enough now. The Hangzhou Spark can sort of make their way through. It's the weirdest start to a fight that I've seen in quite some time. I saw Adora just dive into the lodge. Maybe he's trying to quickly assassinate their Zenyatta, Matt. Instead, ends up duplicating it for extra health. Maybe thought like he was going to be in a bit of trouble, and that's enough. It generates enough threat. It gets heads turned in his direction. The rest of his team can dive. And I mean, if you're the Dynasty, Matt, you're like, well, fair enough. I mean, we didn't really give ourselves any margin of error, so even the slightest mistake could have cost us.
In their last 8 maps, Seoul Dynasty is 0-8. It is not a good streak here for the Seoul Dynasty. You lose 3-0 to Shanghai. You lose to Guangzhou. It is not looking good.
And you guys know at home, it's a good stat if Matt Morello is actually quoting it live on broadcast, because he's not a stats guy. I mean, this stuff is... That was pretty impactful. Look, hey, we got plenty to talk about. We'll save it for the halftime break, because that'll be us doing the breakdown. So stick around for a bit. We'll be back with our game break in just a moment.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by T-Mobile, helping you stay connected to what matters most. Learn about T-Mobile's COVID-19 response on T-Mobile.com. And by State Farm. For auto, home, or renters insurance, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
And welcome, everybody, back from the break to our game break, presented by Pringles Wavy. I mean, this is a tough one for the Seoul Dynasty, Matt. Another notch in the belt that they just don't want to wear is a hand-me-down. It's old and ratty, but they're going to prom, and that's all they've got in the closet. How do they come back from this? I mean, things looked okay when they could play Reaper May, but when they can't, they seem to have been slow adopters to this hero pool's meta.
It seems like, at least from the outside, that when they can play those slower type of compositions and work teams down, they can have success. When they're forced into mirrors where they have to play fast, they have to make quick decisions on the fly, you have to make switches constantly, it has not been good. I mean, this is a team that before they joined the Asian region, everyone's like, oh man, look how great Seoul Dynasty is. We're talking about them as one of the best teams in the league. My concern at that moment was, okay, I haven't seen them play anything outside of Orisa Sigma, and they have a phenomenal Orisa player in Gesture and one of the best Sigma players in Marvel. That should work. A phenomenal tank.
All right. I mean, let's expand on that a little bit now as we head into crunch time, presented by Pringles Wavy. Matt, Seoul Dynasty running the risk of losing their third straight 0-3 match. Volsky Industries is our next map. Now, can they hang using a different composition, or do they have to match mirror and try and make this very janky, very discombobulated dive composition with the Echo work?
You're kind of screwed here, to be honest. I think because if you want to play the slow stuff, Marvel would probably be the pick. But we've seen him get exposed on the Diva when you have to switch to the fast stuff. That's why you have to put Michelle in. Michelle's a fantastic Diva player, but it just doesn't seem like him and Gesture have much of a teamwork. There's not a lot of cohesion there with the dives. I mean, we've seen Gesture get burnt down pretty consistently every time they go in. I almost think they have to stay with it, though. I think Overwatch is a game where I think the best option a lot of the time is to play the exact same composition as the opponent outside of certain scenarios. So I feel like they almost are forced into it because Hangzhou's done it so well and they weren't able to stop it doing anything else, so they have to kind of mirror.
All right, so let's now address another elephant in the room, Matt. Fitz on Sombra looked like he was really struggling, not only just to hang in the back line, to set up EMPs or to make assassinations on enemy Zenyatas. It seems like it was very, very hard for him to have an impact in that last map.
But you can't set anything up. when your tank is at 50% HP coming in, and then he's dead. So a Sombra, I don't think you can look at Sombra play individually. Like when a Sombra plays well, it's because the entire team is playing well and they're diving and they're playing well around the Sombra. You can't really judge Sombra in the same way that you could judge like a Tracer, right? Taking one-on-one duels and whatnot. The EMP efficiency and all of that is outside of doing damage in fights that your team's able to win or prolong. Soul's not even getting those, so I don't really think you can be too harsh on Fitz in terms of his play on the Sombra.
Now, we haven't really had much of a chance this year to see a ton of dive compositions played, right? It's been a while since we've really seen that be in vogue. And one thing that allowed teams to dominate in their era of dive was being able to counter dive effectively. So as defenders, they see attackers coming, they know what to expect, where to position, and also they can actually, make their own engagement and dive forward and blow up enemy Winstons and such, like we saw Seoul struggle so much against on the
attack. It's way different now, though. Dive in the past, like Brigitte wasn't a thing. Like right now, we're not even seeing like a lot of Lucio, right? We're seeing Brig Zen. So who do you dive? You're not diving the Zen when you're going to get discorded and whacked down by the Brig. So I think it's a very, like, it is the dive heroes, and it does look like a dive. I think it plays out in a much different way, though.
So who do you dive? Winston?
It almost plays out as like you kind of poke and everybody kind of waits around, and then as soon as one team sees an opportunity, then they dive and force the other team to react, as opposed to we're diving in, your backline figure it out while our backline figures it out, and whoever does it better or lasts longer wins the fight.
So you would say then that, like, we see teams line up early, try and find poke damage. Yeah. Either team is trying to, I guess, provoke an engagement from the other. Like, let's say you're taking too much poke damage, you need to go in. Like, is it based on ult economy as well?
Yeah, you're either playing around just poke damage from, let's say, your D.Va, your Zen, your Echo up in the sky, or you're playing around your Sombra, who's able to get a hack off and then dive that target. It's not a, okay, there's the Zen, everybody jump on him. It's not as easy as that anymore. It's a much different type of play.
So again, if you're just learning to sort of read this style of play, there are a couple things that you can look out for that we've discussed already. But that's all the time we have now for our game break presented by Pringles Wavy. After the break, we're going to head into map number 3, where the Dynasty get one more chance to keep this series afloat. We'll see you in a few.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Pringles Wavy. Big crunch, big flavor. The Overwatch League is brought to you by HyperX. Unleash your style, unleash your fury. with HyperX Fury Memory. And by Coca-Cola, the official refreshment of the Overwatch League.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, after our halftime break. I hope you enjoy the opportunity for us to sort of break into the nuts and bolts of this matchup, because the Seoul Dynasty may not have much longer on the stage.
I mean, with the way it's going, it doesn't look like they'll be in this series much longer. I want to see some drastic changes coming out of the halftime here.
I mean, the next map in this series, if you are a Seoul fan and you are feeling a little bit upset right now, take at least some small solace in the fact that the Spark have not won this map yet this season. They're 0-3 on Volskaya right now, but we're much more interested in the composition of the hero pool than the map right now, when that is where Seoul look to be sorely lacking.
This is a much different composition than we've seen run throughout the first X amount of weeks of play. So I think you take some of that map data. Obviously, they haven't been good at it. They haven't won it. But I also think there's a world in which this type of composition favors them greatly.
What week is it, Matt?
It's what, week 13? I mean,
nice, all right.
We've had so many. We've stopped and started. I know I have Overwatch this week, and
yes,
I know
that's
I know
right.
they've played 9 games and they've played 5. But I think the weeks they've just kind of blurred together. I don't think anyone's really keeping tracks of what week we're in.
No, how many weeks have you been inside for? Do you know?
I can probably even tell you that. I mean, it's been way.
I want to say it's like over 60 days, right?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, that's cray. I have noticed been playing World of Warcraft.
Hey,
but here we are.
Look, I don't have to go outside. I have big responsibilities as the guild master for the All-Stars of.
That's right.
Really.
And in my position as one of the dream daddies of All-Stars, my job is to stand in mechanics and stream a lot.
When I'm not watching Owl VODs, I'm reviewing the logs, making sure we got all the right players in the right spots.
My heart fills with dread every time Matt calls for the logs, but let's see if the Dynasty are feeling any better about their prospects in this map. They're on the attacking side first, and the Spark have the honor here just because they have the high ground, the more defensive position. Here they can get a lot of value out of Bionic Grenade, and it can make it even harder for Gesture to get onto the point without getting a burst down if they deny his healing. So the Spark are chasing the Dynasty. They're not going to give them this space for free.
If I was the Spark after halftime, I even ramp up the pressure, because clearly that Seoul Dynasty just can't make those decisions on the fly to be able to adjust with this. So you see at the beginning, they put some pressure, don't allow them to get through that choke for free.
Now, despite there being pressure, it's really just slowed the Dynasty down. It's not giving the Spark any kills, maybe some ult percentage. I mean, Godsby is way ahead of Fitz in terms of progress towards that first EMP. Fitz is looking to try and get the assassination here on Adora, but that's not happening, mate. You live on the same planet as we do. Oh man, the tri-shot is really nasty up close as well. It's much easier as well to make sure all 3 of those small projectiles hit ahead, for example. And at that kind of range, like, you get moved.
And you notice too that Seoul, like, they're putting some resources in a Prophet, but we really haven't seen, like, we haven't said his name many times throughout the series. Like, he had 2 armor packs on him there to try and make a play, get some damage. He's 40% in ult charge behind Adora here. That's massive, and you're gonna see Godsby hit a big EMP here.
That is sizable. Toby, Michelle, Prophet, Vidosin, well, he didn't have a chance to really do much with that. Gooseberry made sure that he capitalized on the EMP set up. And that'll be it. The Dynasty, again, watch these guys very closely. Watch where they head to on the attacking side. Watch where they try and start the fight from. And keep an eye on whether the Spark even let them make the first move. That's what we talk about. That's what we talk about. We talk about counter dive.
If I see Seoul just keep marching towards this left-hand side over and over again with 0 adjustment, I'm going to go crazy. So they've gone left every single time so far. The 2-3 attempts they've really had, and they've just gotten close at the door. Okay, so this time Gesture jumps right over the top, and they try and take some control. But look at this, he gets weak. They have to back out.
The Spark have their bases covered pretty effectively.
If you're going to go that way, though, you have to have some kind of like fast action, right? Like you see how much damage they take in on the way in. Now they're stuck here, and this allows Hangzhou to just surround them. They have another EMP.
This is going to hurt. I mean, Godspeed's just going to walk up inside this one. Okay, all right.
He
Pulls
tried
out
to bait,
and
he tried to
sees
bait the
rally.
Transcendence there.
Well, the reality is the rally was going to come out, and you can't get rid of that armor with an EMP, so wouldn't really have done too much. It's not like shutting down a sound barrier here, but okay, Prophet goes down. Ushrey got caught by Fitz while he was going for the primal rate, but Adora now gets to step up. And, oh god, the one-upmanship now between Echo players and any of their counterparts on the same team must be at all-time highs right now, because Adora got to beat Ushrey for a few seconds, and he did him
What you
justice.
saw Godspeed do there was a variation of something we saw last season. If you remember last season, like when you destroyed the translocator as Sombra, it just came right back to you in midair, so you can kind of bait out support ultimates with it. That time you saw Godspeed run in because he expected maybe Vidoshin to pop the trance in a panic with his in there and then just translocate back. But Hangzhou in another great position to get a full hold. Only 15 seconds left to look at Gusha. He gets hacked there, but so much damage being put down.
Yeah, Discord all thrown him in as well, but he saved the primal rage, and he can come straight back in with that one now if the rest of the spark can hold on. So Prophet is going to copy Brigitte here, and yeah, he's able to get a rally off, so the Dynasty have a bit of durability going into this next fight. That transformation is over though. Prophet is now back into normal Echo form. And
this is ugly.
Oh my! Jusway just took Prophet out in midair. He jumps up, got one swing, jumped again and got a second one. Michelle's having to get 2k now with that bomb, but Fitz is going to get taken down immediately after goes to the EMP. Michelle saved this fight in quite a way. Gooseray maybe didn't have to focus all of his attention on the Echo, but that was ungodly. Adora's in trouble. Prophet's going to run him down, and then a Dynasty have the numbers to finally take the point. It was very close, Matt, but they will get there.
That was not pretty. Seoul Dynasty able to get it done at the end. Dude, if Adora was gonna, if he would have been able to take out Fitz there, and you could have seen him like duplicate like Michelle or Gesture, he had a chance because there were some players weak. He would have got players off their respawn. Michelle jumps off the side because he wants a new mech. But still, although they do give out the points, still a good defense there from Hangzhou.
Watch out, Ria. Insurance fraud's going to catch up with you, mate. You can't just throw your car down a ravine when you want a new one, buddy. Dynasty, 2.5 minutes to work with you, Matt. Now, the Spark, they don't have any support ult, so it's the self-destruct. I mean, fair enough. Adora does have duplicate available here, so we'll see what Seoul try and put together again. They set up on the left-hand side. Where do they dive, though? Gesture trying to take control of that left side room, and again, he would have revealed, Godspeed if he was there when he landed. So a bit of spy checking element into that jump. But Ocean stays back, and that's dangerous. He realizes that he could be quite easily accosted by Adora, so he just wraps around the corner and maintains line of sight with Gesture, who now gets it all with Harmony and goes on in. Now, where are you diving? Okay, he's found a Zenyatta. Maybe very, very quickly going to try and back away from that one, and he gets out for safety. Gesture gets a full primal rage, Matt.
He's so low.
But gets nothing out of it.
Down. But look at where Gesture was at that time and the rest of the team. Nobody was anywhere close. I mean, they didn't try and follow him up with a defense matrix or nothing.
Okay, Adora copies the Sombra here. It's so interesting. So, Prophet in trouble. Again, that Uzi from long range still has decent coverage. That's been increased as of late. And yeah, the EMP just to shut down the Diva. Again, it's easy come, easy go when you're Sombra. The first target you can guarantee an EMP on, you may as well just use it. Adora pretty much shuts the fight down to start with, and now the focusing beam comes in. The shield completely denies that.
I think that's worth. If you can copy and get an EMP and take out the opponent's off tank, I think it's worth it. As you still see Seoul Dynasty now with Michelle back in, try and fight it up.
Gesture forced to jump to safety, focusing beam almost cuts him down. He's just able to get out of there though. Gesture and Prophet are removed, so the Spark, yeah. Gesture was so low, and Godspeed saw where he was diving to. The focusing beam from Adora put him so low, and just a quick little Sombra follow-up, and that's all she wrote.
And this is where you would love to know like the calling structure of a team like Seoul Dynasty, because it seems like Gesture's trying to engage, but nobody's with him. Or is he just not really kind of timing everything with the rest of the team? Like if somebody like Bidoshin making the calls and then they're just a little bit out of sync, you just don't know, because it seems like Gesture goes in, gets chunked down, and they can't really get there to help him out.
It's so hard to escape from this Sombra Echo composition if you fall behind in health or in a fight in general. Adora sets them up with some damage, and Godspeed can just find easy kills. And now there's going to be another EMP, so the Spark, an ultimate as powerful as the EMP, the Spark are going to have 2 of them available, in fact 3 of them available over the course of 2 fights if that's what they want, if that's what Ludor chooses to copy. He's built another
he baited the MP. Gosby got it this time, as he didn't get it the first time when it was the offense, and now he's going to have a free MP here versus no Transcendence.
Oh no, Adora not only gets huge damage on Gesture, forcing him away, but then is able to copy him as well. Whether it's frustration or a sense of resignation, Matt, the Seoul Dynasty is charging on in now. They know they've got to go for it, and this is going about as you'd expect. Busan taken out real early from that Primal Rage, and the rest of the Dynasty crumble. What an absolute shambles this team currently finds themselves in. An unmitigated disaster for the Dynasty.
And Godsby able to get Ocean to use that Transcendence. They were so far away from the point, they really got nothing out of it. As soon as that Transcendence gets used, they back out a little bit. They just kind of kite it on the point. They don't allow them to take up a tick or any type of percentage. And then they come back and they have so many ultimates. I mean, the double Primal Rage, the Echo Clone, and then also their own EMP. And Hangzhou is able to get it.
This is what Gooseberry was able to do there in that last fight. He found Busan. I mean, how do you play Zenyatta against this, bro? Like, just watching it. It's whether it's Winston, whether it's Diva, Echo, or Sombra, everything is extra lethal to you. Let's not even mention the fact that EMP strips you of all your very limited defensive resources, i.e. shield. Well, man, it's a tough life out there. The really good Zenyatta players are going to rise to the top in a meta like this because the streets is real out there, dude.
Oh, I mean, when you have like the Winston jumping on you, when you have Sombra trying to bait out your Transcendence, just so much for you to deal with. Echo flying around in the sky could turn into anybody at any moment. It is going to be tough for some of these flex supports out there.
All right. Well, again, if you're a flex support and you're worried about that, just click heads and run with your team and hope your tank set up fights for you. I'm sure Bebe's probably feeling pretty comfortable right now, considering all the scrutiny that Seoul has tried to put him under. The Spark now do need to get to point B, but they'll only need 1 tick of that one, so there's still many pitfalls to catch them if they are unaware here. And the very riveting
and if you're
Sailor Soldier fight at the start of the round.
Seoul Dynasty, although the Hangzhou Sparks still have to get at least 1 tick on point B, you almost feel like this is a 1-point game where if you give up this at point A relatively quickly, you're way behind the 8 ball here. It looks like going to be Hangzhou just moving forward, trying to take a little bit of an engage.
Yeah, I mean, again, like the lesser your margin of error is, in many cases, the more likely that some of those mistakes
Hangzhou is
start
playing this so differently. Like, they haven't fully committed to the high ground on that left-hand side. They're waiting for Seoul Dynasty almost to make a mistake, and Seoul isn't going to be aggressive. They're just going to play the point. So they're going to give up the high ground.
That could have been a follow opportunity right there. Now, because Seoul have given up so much space, it takes a little longer for the Spark to get themselves into safe positions to start the dive. But a hack on an Echo, I'd buy that for $1. I'd absolutely start a fight based on that. I guess you have to look at me wrong, and I'll do that anyway, so no one should really be asking me.
This is good for the Spark, though. Like, look at how they forced the Dynasty off of the point and got a DMEC here. The Seoul Dynasty had no defense, Mitch. They didn't contest high ground. They gave up the point, and look at that. The Spark literally just walked right in and got it.
Yeah, Prophet duplicates a Sombra here. I mean, this is desperation just to try and turn the tide to the big EMP. Godspeed already got his. Oh my! That is brutal! Prophet now is going to be forced. Oh, he's so sad right now.
Fitz's EMP
feeling
is
much
good,
more like lost than his namesake. Yeah, I mean, it's nice to have 2 EMPs in a fight. Michelle somehow being kept alive there. The Sparks still want to push forward, though. Forced to translocate there from Fitz. Godsby was so close to hack him, and Odora now is starting to just... I'll be honest, man, he's just airdropping these.
Try to take that point back with double brig on the point.
What is better than 1 mace to the face? It's 2. 1 in your face and 1 in the breadbasket. That is... It warps the game. Echo warps the way the game works, at least the way that we used to understand it. It's unbelievable. And sort of trying to keep in step with as a caster, as a viewer and a player. It ain't easy, fam, but this is the world we live in.
Now the tough part happens for Seoul Dynasty. You have to play perfect defense just to get another map here and avoid a 3rd consecutive 3-0 loss.
Michelle backs away, sticky bombs, messing up with the paint job, covering up all the burning bumper stickers, I'm sure. A chance here for Rhea to set up a Self-destruct. Gushui also with primal rage. The time is right with Transcendence on the plate. The Spark are hungry, and it's time to dig in. Jester down. Focus Beam's able to finish off that main tank, and Adora takes 5. But the Dynasty didn't even have that long, Matt. It's already over in a flash, and the Spark have just dismantled the Dynasty. Have absolutely, they honestly, mate, they've just hung them on their wall.
That was a brutal loss for the Seoul Dynasty. It's a fantastic win for Hangzhou, right? You get 3 maps under your belt. In terms of the map differential, you get a win back to 500. So I think what the Spark had done today obviously can't be overlooked. But for Seoul Dynasty, that's a brutal loss. You lose 3-0 to the Dragons. You lose 3-0 yet again to the Guangzhou Charge. And now you come in here and lose to a team that you had just beaten, 2 weeks ago, right?
Yeah. That's the game.
It's brutal. It's brutal here.
And I mean, the Dynasty now, things don't get any easier for them. Yes, Echo, like the hero pools will change next week, but if Echo is available, you can still expect to see this aggressive style of play. She is a hero in the being brought into this game of Overwatch now is forcing teams to be playmakers, to be aggressors, to play the dive compositions again. They're not going to run away from this. They can't.
I also feel like teams have now, I don't want to say figured them out, but teams have a good idea of what will be good against Seoul Dynasty. It doesn't seem like when Marvel's in, they can't go to the Diva comps, right? You can just play the double tank, the double shield tank. And then with Michelle in, you feel like they can't really play at a faster pace. There's a way you can take advantage of them with playing at a faster pace than them. So I think Seoul's got a lot to work on, but not a lot of time.
Yeah, I mean, again, they're on the clock, Matt, constantly. If they want to make their way, of course, into the tournament at the end of this month, they need to qualify admirably through these first few weeks. A player of the match, Matt, I think it's definitely fitting in this case to hand it over to Adora, who in this series was definitely the better Echo. His choice in copy was very good. I mean, listening to Wolf last night, he was quite critical about players' target selections when it comes to duplication because of the cascading sort of effect that they can have on the game state, the team fight in general. But Adora looked really clean. His selections weren't that surprising. It was Winston, Sombra, Brig, but they all looked very good.
But I think, though, the selections are important because it's very determined by the scenarios of the fights and what your team's trying to force, and he always got what the team needed. I think that's the biggest thing that you can see from Adora. And honestly, he just outplayed Prophet every way you could imagine on the Echo today. We did not say Prophet's name much at all. There wasn't a lot of positive to talk about Seoul Dynasty, but for a player at Prophet's caliber, you expected better on such a hero that fits his playstyle and just everything that you think of him as an individual.
Yeah, I mean, Echo has changed the game, and you have to keep up or get out at the end of the day. For the Seoul Dynasty, this is a crushing loss. What is that? 0-9 in their last 3 matches. They're 0-3 in those.
3 straight 3-0s. And like you mentioned, it's not going to get easier. They have another match coming up soon against the Shanghai Dragons. This is a team that could easily find themselves down towards the bottom of the Asian region.
Yeah, the Seoul Dynasty have walked into the Fight Club, and now we're looking for Girl Scout cookies. They did not get what they expected now, but we've got more matches to come. On the other side of this break, it is going to be the Chengdu Hunters taking on the NYXL in a repeat of a match we saw last week, which was one-sided, but now different hero pool. Everything's on the table. We'll have to see what these two teams have come up with in their boiler rooms, respectively, after the break.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Xfinity, the preferred internet provider of the Overwatch League. The Overwatch League is brought to you by ZipChair Gaming, the official chair supplier of the Overwatch League, and by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome back to the Overwatch League, ladies and gentlemen. We are keeping the games coming. Sorry to the NYXL fans who are going to wake up and realize their team is already playing, but that is how it be. And we've seen many of our Asia region games go quite one-sidedly. A previous one as one example, and this match that we have for you now last week played out in a one-sided fashion too. It's going to be the Chengdu Hunters versus the NYXL match.
And I fear a little bit here for the Hunters. And I say that because they lose NYXL last week, or yeah, it was last week, and they lose 3-0. New York.
Yep. No objectives, by the way.
Yep.
They've got no objectives.
New York loses a really close game against the Dragons last night. I mean, New York goes up 2-0. There's a realistic chance. I mean, we could have started today talking about New York is the best team in the league, where they blow the last 3 maps. I feel like New York is going to come in here on fire.
Let's have a look at our Chengdu Hunters starting lineup, Matt, as we begin to unravel the story around this game. It's going to be Jinmu, Leave, Amon, Elsa, Molly, and Evil Tile. So you mentioned about this team. You know, you feel like in the past, at least, they were very telegraphed in terms of what kind of compositions that they were going to play based on who they put forward. Does that still hold for you with this current hero pool?
No. I mean, I think with Echo and no hit scan in the lineup, I think it gives a wild opportunity for Chengdu to bring out some stuff we haven't even seen from them before.
Well, again, you know, we haven't really got a good look at Chengdu yet, but NYXL, we sort of saw a little bit of them last night, and you know, Wolf's sentiments, you know, obviously he cast this game with ZP. He sort of said, well, yes, this has been a close series on paper, but he felt like a lot of the maps inside that series were fairly one-sided until it got sort of towards the end. He felt like it was very scrappy play. What was your take on what we saw from him?
I would agree, but I would agree because it's a new meta. Like, I don't think it's a scrappy play because of the teams in particular, Shanghai and NYXL. I think more scrappy because it's a very drastic shift in what we've been used to recently, right? I know Echo Tracer is about as far away as you can get from May Reaper, right? So
it is. Yeah, it's polar
I think it's
opposite.
just teams trying to catch up to speed on how to play at that pace again, which I think obviously it just creates some more antics type of play. It creates a little bit of chaos.
Well, let's have a look at the NYXL lineup now, though, as some of this might give you an indication of what you'd expect to see them play in this series. They've got Sebiobi, Who Are You, Mano Hotbar, Jonak, and Anamo.
Yep.
So Who Are You in kind of indicates to us we should see some Echo.
I mean, once you get past you know, reading off the damage dealers, we should just announce the damage dealers for NYXL.
And everyone else is the same. Yeah.
We don't need to put Mono, Hotba, you know, Jonak, and Anamo on the graphic. Everybody already knows. There's Who Are You? I think that was really kind of the focal point of a lot of the talk of last night on his Echo play. Whether his duplicate targets were the right ones, whether he's using it at the right time. So we'll see how they play today. I think some of that talk would not have happened if they would have won, right? I mean, if they go up 2-0 and they win map 3, that talk probably doesn't really happen. We're talking about how good NYXL is. So I kind of hold that all in with a little grain of salt.
Sure. Well, as our map pool, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start on Nepal, then Nambani, Paris, Route 66, Lijiang Tower, and if we need it, we'll be going back around to our control maps. Now, last week, the biggest criticism we had from Chengdu is that they struggled to control fights when they had a player advantage. They are only winning 53% of their team fights when they're a player up. New York were winning 94% of those in that matchup.
Look, when you don't get an objective the whole series, there's a lot of other issues here.
Well, yeah, but we could go bottom up instead of top down, you know. I mean, I think the reason why they didn't get an objective is because they weren't winning those fights where they had advantage. Like, you only win half the fights in which you get the first kill? Hello?
I mean, yeah, they didn't win many other fights any other way either, so...
No. And the best part is NYXL won 40% of the team fights when they lost the first player. You know, like, this team is so stable, they were able to recover. I mean, Mano's Winston, we didn't get to talk about that. Maybe we'll talk about it if we get to see it. Right now, NYXL coming out of the gates again with this first round control close quarters map vibe, where they bring the May Reaper, the Reinhardt, the Lucio
And you can
Moira.
play this on this type of composition because just like how Farrakhan struggles sometimes on this specific point, like when Jinmu gets in the sky, remember, like, you know, obviously the Echo has a ton of verticality built into it with the mobility, but it's not that same big explosive burst damage that can chunk down a team like a Farrakhan, so it makes it even harder to break in.
All right, well, NYXL did this last week on Oasis against Chengdu by playing a different composition in the first map, a safe, stable comp to play around these close quarters. Who are you already getting harassed a little bit by Leave early on? He's not
like,
bothered, the healing's there, and NYXL is sat here.
Yeah, like I wonder just where's the big damage coming through for Chengdu to push in here. Because we haven't seen Eamon really play Winston at a high level. It's kind of the meme about him playing Ball, Orisa, and Rhine. So you're putting a lot of pressure on him to do it against New York.
Oh my. I'm calling it now. This is going to be a one-sided round with these compositions, Matt. There is only harassment damage really available to Chengdu here. If they want to commit, Eamon has to go in. They can't just wait for damage dealers to find a kill, let alone even get a chunk of
You're not going to poke down from range May Reaper Reinhardt with a Moira. It's just not going to happen.
It'll be like we saw, you know, from Hangzhou on Eichenwalde, where eventually Adora just ran into the backline and tried to burn down a Zenyatta. And Chengdu don't have a lot of... Okay, so at least a Pulse Bomb might give them some opportunity because the NYXL play so close together.
But here's the fear, though, that if Chengdu commits to this, right, and they start investing ultimates and it doesn't work out, you're going to switch off of this, and NYXL's not going to have to make any switches, and they're going to have about like 70% on the point. And then you're really, I mean, it's really in a tough spot.
Mano, Shadow, doesn't get much for that one. The Eviltal stunned him either midway through or immediately after. Either way, didn't find any impact with that one. So things getting dangerous now. Sound barrier comes out. Lee did use his pulse bomb. Got a D-suit there on Hotbar, who's working on getting back in the mech. Jinmu's in trouble though, frozen up now. Having duplicated a Reinhardt. Won't get much joy out of that one. No quick shatters for him. Mano just trying to hang on to life right now. He's being healed up by Jonark's Coalescence. Jonak on Moira. Yeah, it's happening. It's a thing.
NYXL's not out of this.
With the Death Blossom here. Nope. Fight's still going. There's a wall that's going to make it hard for Eamon to get back to the point, but Sabiobi wasn't able to use the time without Winston very effectively. So Chengdu get back in.
All right, so now let's see if Chengdu can hold this. Because what NYXL will do is they'll speed boost to the point and they'll say, fight us again. And now in the neutral with no ultimates here, you kind of like the composition in the close quarter area that New York has.
There's just so much survivability. Wraith Wall, Ice Block, Diva runs away, Fade for Moira. Lucio just yeets himself onto, you know, does a 420-degree grind and gets the heck out of there. Like, there's so much survivability for NYXL, and still they lose Who Are You. Now, the fight pretty much already over when May is lost, but it's NYXL, so you can't be too sure. It'll be a Pulse Bomb committed to get rid of the Reinhardt.
It was nice from Leave.
Let's see what NYXL do shorthanded.
It was nice from Leave. He was actually able to pressure down Jonak enough where he had to use Fade, and then they were able to go in, get a pick off onto one. So do you have an advantage here for Chengdu as they'll take control in terms of overall percentage?
Well, look, I thought this would be one-sided based on these compositions here, but that pick on Who Are You at the start of that fight for Chengdu really set the course for a very beneficial engagement where they build up some big ultimates now they can carry into this fight. NYXL, things are starting to get dicey for him.
It'll be Jonak with a Coalescence to kick things off as Eamon pops his Primal Rage. You have few armor packs given out to the flankers as well, Chengdu, so they're just trying to get into the backline, make a play. As we hit 95% of the point, New York's got a touch.
Jonak, great awareness of where the Tracer was there. Sabiobi trying to drop down from the high ground, but guess he was waiting. Eviltal with a shield bash. Sabiobi goes down. He couldn't get anything done on that Reaper. Jinmu stuck behind a wall, having duplicated a mate. This could have some disastrous results. Ice block, he came out of it, still took a chunk of damage. Molly and Jonak trading off here a little bit now, and Jinmu, he got a blizzard. Oh no, that's devastating for the NYXL. Copying the May, it's not easy to build up an ultimate that quickly, but they've done it, and now NYXL, they're on the ropes, and how wrong I was. New York now, just the dregs of their composition left, and the Chengdu Hunters get the better of them here in our first round on the poll.
Chengdu, the advantage that Chengdu had there towards the end is that once they're able to break New York's setup, and New York can't play in that close quarter area on the point, that's where Chengdu's composition excels, in the open, right? Where New York has to move in, they have to move in slow, Chengdu can just jump right on top of them.
And so they did leave with a impressive Tracer performance there. I think 4 final blows, 3 pulse bomb attachments, one of those resulting in a kill. And Jinmu, no deaths on that round as Echo. I mean, I guess it's fair enough because you're playing against Reaper May. So I don't really know who is actually going to kill you when the support, there's no Ana there. It's only Moira and Lucia. But still, look, I'm not taking anything away from the guy. Also, Hotbar didn't die either, so fair enough. Oh, just once. There you go. Just the one.
So you'll play Savior B on Ashe here. So Ashe Echo with an Orisa composition. So it's interesting because Echo doesn't really have a lot of synergies with Orisa outside of like Halt with the Sticky Bomb combination. Orisa, you think of more of like an Ashe, like really stable type of hero. It'll be interesting how Who Are You uses the Echo.
Yeah, will it be like a different play style from here? I mean, to be fair, it's a small room sanctum. They're probably going to be doing exactly the same damn thing.
Oh, the Dynamite, the Halt with Dynamite and Sticky Bombs, like a devastating combo.
Yeah, it's a good ult builder for Sebi, albeit at the very least. It's damage that can be healed off, but when you're playing Zen Brigitte, you don't have a lot of AoE healing at all. I mean, you try and get an Inspire proc with a whip shot by your flail, but you don't have like an Ana or someone to simultaneously heal your whole team, or Lucia, no aura healing effectively. So it becomes a bit more than just an annoyance against this particular support combination.
Yes, Hotbot got on the point, but got discorded, so couldn't stay on it long enough to be able to take it, as nobody's in control of the point just yet.
There it is. Okay, so Jinmu finally strikes blood. Look at all the ground the Hunters take. They're pushing right on up, and do the NYXL know what they're going up against in this kind of meta? Chengdu look comfortable, indeed, with this setup.
It is so interesting how you could see a team like New York take Shanghai, who we consider potentially to be the best team in the league overall, to the brink, and now potentially lose his first map to Chengdu, who they just 3-0'd not long ago.
Oh no, it was literally last week.
Yeah.
Like, it's about as close together as 2 matches against the same team can actually be. Oh! Well, nothing's close together about the bits and parts of Jonak and Savio, but it just got blown to smithereens. Who will use that, but at least find a focusing beam, pick up on Amon. Very lethal to tanks in that scenario, and that's enough for Chengdu just to be happy with what they have for now and back up.
And I really like Chengdu when they have Leave in the lineup. They've looked at their strongest, I believe, with him over when Bacon Jack usually comes in. We can take a look from Leave's POV yet again. I just said, yep, double blink. Nice stick.
Again, Orisa comps and pulse bombs go together like pineapple and pizza, am I right?
Oh.
Amon goes down to Who Are You there, and Who Are You gets to copy a damn Winston. So that is going to be pretty one-sided. The Hunters now see the writing on the wall, and they realize just how much is stacked up against them, but back away.
Yep. So this should be NYXL flipping the point back, but still really good first hold for Chengdu.
Leave with the disrespect. You cannot walk onto a point against Jonak on Zenyatta. Like, you just know you're going to get domed.
Hey, he's been winning a lot of those fights. Start off, why not?
Jonak currently tied for highest final blows on his team with 4. Who Are You also has 4. So it shouldn't shock you, but with players like Hotbar on your team, it's tough to be at the top of the leaderboards when it comes to kills for non-DPS players. Jinmu, where you at? You're dead. Yep. So they'll be caught it pretty comfortably there.
So now they'll have to wait for Jinmu to come back. This will allow NYXL to creep up in terms of percentage on the point. You don't actually have to. You don't have to go out and actually contest this if you're New York. If you want to just use Bob to contest.
They're not watching the left side there. Okay, Lee got the pulse bomb from behind. There was even the left-sided flank coming out from Jinmu, who effortlessly glided around the outside onto the dais. And Amon, that's Amon things for you. NYXL do get a respectable amount of percentage on this point. Start to make this a bit more competitive, but that fight it was all monkey business from start to finish.
I tell you what, if Amon can start to play a competent Winston, it doesn't have to be like highest level, but you know, just he can play it at a league level. He is going to be a tremendous overall player. I mean, look, his Winston, he never played it. I mean, he only played ball.
If I was Amon, I would just be claiming glory for every like cool thing that Jinmu did as Winston.
Yeah.
And just be like, oh, that was me. You see my primal rage? I killed 4. Yeah, I'm so good. Ha. And then yeah, just put tape over Jinmu's mouth. Can't say anything about it.
SBB here. On Tracer, who are you? Yeah, go. Well, he wants to try and get this Echo out of the sky, but
you just don't have gas in the tank to get that high, let alone really have the damage that you need when Jinmu's so mobile. So that didn't work out. Bit of a waste of the duplicate there, but Who Will Use our return to his normal form and continue doing Echo things. Self-destruct. Nothing found with that one. Molly goes down. Mano has been removed from the NYXL, but they do at least have the rally in play. Sebio is low. He needs a bit of help now. This is not where he wants to be. He didn't ask to be let into the gorilla enclosure. Pulse Bomb, they might be able to catch Amon with this one now. No, he doesn't need it. Jonak's down though. Focusing beam. They're looking for Jinmu. He's slippery hard to catch. Oh, Neon. Yeah, they left the point. Oh, you know.
They had to.
God.
The bomb.
Yeah. That's the Diva Bomb, and then we're already peeling back as well to try and deal with it. I do think that they were paying a lot of attention to the Echo who was behind them. Still, that will be it.
Wow.
Round right. Map number 1 going over to the Chengdu Hunters here and looking much better than last time they went up against the NYXL.
Absolutely.
Now, I do think teams like Chengdu can definitely sort of thrive on this kind of map.
Well,
Bit more of a fundamental style of Overwatch here. The NYXL showed some really good strategy last week, but their approach on Nepal, the Orisa composition, I had some stability. It seemed safe, but it didn't seem to have the sticking
I think,
power.
though, in a meta like this, Chengdu is scary because they excel in the past with these fast, chaotic metas, mostly built around Wrecking Ball and multiple damage dealers, but this is wild. You can play fast, you can play aggressive, you can play a little reckless. I would be, it looks scary for New York potentially this series.
Yep. Teams like Shanghai and Chengdu, teams that like to play, back in the day, triple DPS or like to play dive. I mean, this is their wheelhouse. This is very close to their nominal style of play. We'll see if the NYXL can throw a spanner in the works and claw a map back right after this break.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by T-Mobile, helping you stay connected to what matters most. Learn about T-Mobile's COVID-19 response on T-Mobile.com. And by State Farm. For auto, home, or renter's insurance, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. The Overwatch League is brought to you by Cheez-It Grooves. Deep flavor, deep crunch, it's a mind crunch. And by Zip Chair Gaming, the official chair supplier of the Overwatch League.
In this series between the Chengdu Hunters and the NYXL, it's a quick run back for these two rosters, having only played each other last week, but the entire landscape of the meta and the game itself has changed now with Echo being in competitive play. Now, Matt, I want to ask you something. I thought it was a really pleasant surprise to see more of, Amon's Winston here. You sort of mentioned that if he can get that Winston to a really high level, then his triple threat of, potential tanks under his belt will be quite frightening for any opponent.
Yeah, it also alleviates the fact that they wouldn't have to sub him in and out, which telegraphs what they want to run in certain situations. So I think if he can play Winston, it's a massive win for this team.
Yeah, I mean, the reason why we say this is surprising, right? Obviously, You know, him tank player being good at Winston is not a shot, but we've known Amon as being very much a wrecking ball player with some shades of Reinhardt play. He looked very serviceable in that regard, but his Winston on this round looked really good.
Get some Primal Rage knockoffs.
Yeah,
looking quite spicy on the Winston.
Yeah, I mean, and this was, I was getting frustrated watching this. I'm like, Mano, please just play Winston, bro. You played Reinhardt in the first round, and now you're playing Orisa. Your best hero is the Winston. You have the highest final blows to death ratio in the league on Winston. You're top 2 in every other major category, and they're not playing it. Why? Why, dude?
Sometimes it seems like New York just kind of thinks too deeply into this stuff. Like, oh, well, you know, Chengdu's going to play hyper aggressive. We know we have really good slow type of compositions with the Orisa and like Brig, and we work them down. Sure. Where it's like, well, maybe you just play the same thing and just be better.
Yeah, I mean, that is. I think Hex mentioned something about that today as well. It's it is quite simple though. At the end of the day, you do want to be able to beat your opponents with that identical composition. Then if there are divergences from that, you can match them. Numbani is going to be our next map in this series though, and I mean, just saying, well, might not be a terrible chance for Mano to put on the monkey gloves and go swing.
I mean, well, I would say also on defense, this is a good opportunity to play the Orisa. You can play some slower, different types of compositions.
No, I'm not hearing it. No.
I assume you'll see some type of like Ashe on defense, right? A lot of high ground control, hit scan versus Echo with McCree and Widow out of the pool. So if you wanted to play the Ashe hit again, like New York did on the first point on Nepal, you could do it again here on Numbani.
There's a lot of safety in it, you know, defending at least with that Ashe in comfortable positions, or when you nestle yourselves into a good attacking spot as well. The Hunters, though, love me some Chengdu Hunters, Matt. You know, whenever you're faced with an uncertain situation, just ask yourself, what would Chengdu do?
You know what the answer is?
Then
they would go fast. That's the answer.
They would go fast. They would hold W. They would click head. Or in Amon's case, just make sure your opponent's on your screen somewhere and you're guaranteed to hit them on the Winston. But yeah, so this defense is there isn't a lot of it's not what I would call strictly a safe composition.
I love it though.
There's a lot of aggression.
I mean, there's no other team in the league like Chengdu in the sense that they know what they're extremely good at. And you know what? Even if other people are playing other things and it's not exactly the meta, we're going to play this because it's our best opportunity, and if we lose, we lose.
It's like, I would say there's not many people in the world like to cast a Jackass, you know what I mean? And people still, you know, enjoy that stuff. I would say be responsible and try not to, you know, hurt yourself, but everyone's different. Chengdu might be hurting himself playing this composition here, but it's still going to be glorious to watch.
Orisa Hawk with the Tracer Echo. There's not, like, outside of, like, Halt, I mean, look, you're looking at, like, Halt Hook.
They're going to try and catch the Echo with Halt Hook. Who are you? Hello? Oh, okay. All right, trade. That's worthwhile. Leave for who are you. Hopper's able to back away here and not take too much damage from the Diva, although he's being chased. Hook catches the Winston. Amon's seen better days. I believe that mega health pack got taken, and, well, Amon just got sent out to pasture.
Son, another nice, beautiful.
No, he was behind a Brig, bro. Oh, God. Podbart taking over the game right now, just as he likes to. Coined the term the new big boss of the NYXL.
As Roadhog is a hero who, I mean, Roadhog and Junkrat go hand in hand, right? They're both the Australian duo, and they're both never played.
I think Roadhog is New Zealander, I believe.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah, that's right, but he's getting played. Are you making a reference to Australian and New Zealand players not getting playtime in the league? Is that what you're trying?
No. Right, I was just trying to test you on your lore. Looks like, you know...
Yeah, do you know what his name is?
You've been reading the lore books of Doa.
Yeah, that's right. I did go to the school of Doa. That's right.
Doa do all the lore.
I don't paint miniatures nearly as well as he does, though. He's got me beat on that one. I have tried, though. Don't get me wrong.
Doa could make up some of the lore, and I would believe him. I'd be like, oh, that makes sense.
I don't care what he says. If it's in his voice, I'll just assume it's true. But, well, I think Chengdu,
we've been able...
They got bundled off that first point pretty quickly. Roadhog's so good at snowballing these situations.
Yeah, we've been able to have this casual conversation about the lore because Chengdu staggered themselves like crazy. Hooks keep coming in. And just like that, it's point 2. There was not even a fight between the first point and the second point.
Okay, so a couple of indicators to me that Hotbar Matt is actually just flexing. First, he's playing Roadhog. Second, he stood facing the exact position that he knew that Leave would recall to, and hit
This
him.
is also, you live and die by this sort of your Chengdu. This is where you're probably, if a Chengdu fan, desperately yelling at your screen, switch off of the Winston, Eamon. They're playing their Orisa Hog and you're just getting rolled. Please switch. But now they're starting to get things going. The issue is they have to burn every single ultimate they got to do it.
God, NYXL get everything they wanted from that fight. They use a whole hog. I mean, they might even switch off the Roadhog now that the game
New York
starts
could win this
to slow
fight.
down.
No, New York could very well win this fight. I mean, you have Trance, you're going to back out just a little bit, maybe reset, and you're going to come right back in, like in like a half of the... Look how low the tanks are. Eamon's going to die here, and then they're going to be able to push on through.
Who will use spots Jinmu there as well, so Jinmu will need to be the one with the big ultimate in the next fight here, since many of them have been spent. Who are you? Just cleans Elsa up there, making sure there'll be no resuit opportunity.
He's just spamming his fire, looking for the Sombra. Knows that Jinmu's got the EMP.
Alright, sets up the translocator. There it is, EMP. Only on a mono here. Jonax still got the transcendent, so I guess that was a little bit telegraphed now. And Avon, endangered species, trying to get away. Look at him. This guy just doesn't know when to quit. He's going to wrap around and now try and go for a push from the backside. Still needs to be very careful of Hotbar. Who are you? Oh, the one clip. Saviolbi is back. Catch him by his spawn. Give me a support with one clip. He's going to have a pulse bomb now available as well. But again, this Roadhog is actually filthy. It's so funny. You know, Matt, you said that New York maybe shouldn't think too much about the composition they bring in. Try and just play the same thing. But they had other plans. And it seems like the Roadhog was the antithesis to what Chengdu were trying to do. Constantly, the Hunters playing with a player down.
I mean, Chengdu's counter there to the Roadhog was to just run at him one by one. Not exactly the Roadhog counter there. Man, that was brutal to watch. 3 minutes and 53 seconds. That is a blazing fast time there for New York. If you're Chengdu, you have to just complete the map with whatever amount of time and hope that extra innings goes in your favor.
So let's talk about why do you think NYXL play Roadhog? Like, what is the concept that they're trying to exploit with Chengdu?
That Chengdu, when they dive and they go in, are so disjointed and not together that the Roadhog is insane for the personal survivability, but then also he can guarantee a pick or just the threat of a pick. If you wanted to deter players from going in on Jonak in the backline, obviously having a Brigitte is a huge boon to that, but also having the threat of the hook. Not even using the hook and connecting hooks, but just the threat of the hook is massive.
That almost keeps your Zen alive a lot longer now. Not only is Brig there, but the Roadhog's there. Like, your Zen can actually start playing more aggressively if he wants to and punish someone like Amon, you know, by going out and looking for these peaks with charged orbs or, you know, just getting big.
But that's where I'm kind of surprised where Chengdu doesn't decide to slow the game down. Where, you know, we've seen him play a good Orisa in the past, right? Mash him with the Orisa, maybe not the Hog, right? Play a little bit of a pokier type of composition where you can take advantage of a Hog's bulkiness and build up more ultimates and then take fights.
But now we get New York actually playing Chengdu style and defense. So no Orisa, no Ash in sight. They do play this far more mobile, slippery, and slightly aggressive composition together. Oh my! Mano got burst down, stunned up, and immediately got broken in. I'm pretty sure Jinmu found him with the focusing beam there. I don't really know if there's a quicker way to ruin a Winston, especially because I don't think he had a Discord or whatever. It didn't show up in the assist feed, but this fight, yeah, not a great one for NYXL. Now, they're good at short-handed fights, so if they back up here and try and contest it last second, there it is. So you get to the Viva Tower, the focusing beam, and Saviolbi got the touch on the point. He's able to find Molly. Hopper goes down here to the sticky bombs, but Huey is in a great position to get rid of Elsa, and that is so elegant from the NYXL. Back off the point. They lose their most important player. They wait, they trigger a stall, and then they find 2 quick kills. That is perfect.
That's like vintage NYXL, right? Like, everybody knows them for those type of situations. Like, the point's about to be capped, you have players coming back to the spawn, they're able to just play those situations perfectly and get a strong defense. They do give up 95% on the first point, but because you know, the situation with the game doesn't really matter. It's only 2 ticks.
Wow, 2 minutes, 27 seconds in the round here for the Hunters. What do they make happen here? This time, Mano, too canny to get picked up early. Who are you? goes for the copy. It's extra layers of protection for the Zenyatta. Jonak had everything and put the kitchen sink thrown at him. Eventually, Lee was able to find his way in, but you can see where NYXL's focus is. Huyu gets a second mech from that transformation. He is still duplicating D.Va. That is 1,000 effective hit points on top of the 200 you already have as Echo. It's dumb, but the Hunters are still able to punish here. Huyu's focusing beam gets rid of Molly, but Jinmu's there with one of his own, and eventually the Hunters, they draw blood.
It's a nice pulse bomb there from Lee, who takes out Animo. After that, you have to back out if you're the remaining players of NYXL, where if they don't get Animo and they're able to extend that a little bit longer, you know, with the break heals, Mono's coming back with a potential Primal Rage.
Oh, God.
Good follow through here by the members of Chengdu, getting everybody back to the far spawn here of NYXL. This will allow them to get some free payload space.
Yeah, and it gets the dive composition. I mean, the closer that you can get to your objective without taking damage, the better. So this extra little bit of push it's a big difference maker. It also gets Chengdu much closer to if they need to actually access these balconies. So, Saviolbi on the classic pick, on the Tracer with a pulse bomb. There's a lot of ultimates in this fight, and Jinmu hangs suspended in midair like some sort of science experiment gone wrong. But if you're the Hunters, it's oh so right. He drops flat on him with the Winston, and yeah, he'll have a Primal Rage in a scared moment. And then two monkeys running wild. It's wrong, but it looks kind of cool, I'm not gonna lie. Two monkeys jumping in. Jonak goes down to Jinmu there with that Primal Rage, and it's a second now for the Echo player. And I mean, we talked about it before, it's a tough life out there for flex support players in the face of so much of this aggressive dive-based ultimates, and NYXL, they get rolled by the double monkey play.
It's hard enough to get rid of one Primal Raging Winston. And it's funny, I was thinking about this before we started tonight. I was like, if you have two Primal Raging Winstons out there, and one's obviously the Echo, one's the Winston, who do you focus? Because if you focus the Echo, if you focus the Echo one, they just go back to being Echo. So you almost have to focus the Winston. But then I'm like, well, you can't just let a Primal Rage go free. Yeah, it's crazy.
That is a moral quandary, Matt. Not just a regular question, you know. It's academic and philosophical. You've really got us thinking here. But the NYXL taking a big old dirt nap right now. Chengdu bundling them out of control on this point. And this map, we've seen a few Numbanis go this way in the past with multiple playthroughs here, and with dive compositions this tends to happen. Neither team's been able to put together a defense with it. It's hard to roll someone defensively with this sort of aggressive dive comp, but again, NYXL, they start to do that thing late in the fight where they come back from a player advantage. Saviolbi fights the pulse bomb kill and then gets rid of aim on the old-fashioned way. Huyu duplicates, and that's an extra monkey in the mix, and it's magic for the NYXL. Buys him just enough time, and this will get him ahead on time bank.
Yeah, it's just the duplicate there with a Primal to stall, but Saviolbi is the one who makes the plays that turns the tide of the fight in NYXL's favor. They'll have Transcendence and Rally for this next fight, so you think New York is able to withstand that, which puts them in a great spot to win the map here.
Turns out Roadhog's Australian, by the way, so there you go.
And what, Junkrat's New Zealand?
No, he's Australian too.
Right.
Kiwis get no love, get stuffed.
Yeah, I told you, I was right.
There must be an Aussie on the design team. That's the only way that could have happened, but that's fine. Saviolbi playing the wide angle. You're right, man. Okay, all right, I'll give it to you. Jinmu in a position now to make another duplication, and Amon's already got his Primal Rage away, so then NYXL might just be dealing with cascading waves of flying fists at this rate. Leave also lost his pulse bomb, though, at least in the defense matrix, so that NYXL have time, and they're going to make some use of it here. Here's the duplicate. Jinmu is now D.Va. And he gets a bit of damage on Saviolbi, maybe forcing the recall, trying to push in towards the Brigitte in this dive. It's relentless. It's the Hunter style to a T. Jinmu gets himself the self-destruct and lets it go. Hotfist so low, but tries to step up and stall on the car to self-destruct here, which will be blocked and dodged by everyone. But Molly somehow. Molly knew that he had to protect himself by using the card. I think that was a mistake, and that might hurt them here. Evoltal had no shield after shielding off the blast, so it's an easy focusing beam pickup to kill the Brigitte. And there it is.
And Saviolbi with it in the double dash and melee to take out Leave, but it doesn't even matter. Chengdu's just backing up. Molly dying to that it's a huge loss. I mean, you lose your Discord for a ton of extra damage. Harmony Orb here in this type of situation, really the only consistent healing when Brig is in the mix and she's playing at a distance. So it's really rough there for Chengdu. They get a pick though. Saviolbi being a little bit aggressive, wanted to get that kill on Amali. He wasn't able to find it, and he ends up paying for it with his life.
Now, who you copies the Winston, so it might be hard to make use of the player advantage that the Hunters had historically. They've not done much with it in the past. Mano's down, so it's only a one-monkey show right now, and Who Are You is clinging to life. He's going to become Echo again once more, but while he can disperse the members of the Hunters, he's going to try. Sebio returns to the cart now. Evil Tiles goes down to Hotbar, able to find him there. And Hotbar is front and center right now, waiting for Manu to return to the fight. It has to be a Transcendence here, used by the Chengdu Hunters. Amon got discorded there, and Jinmu gets picked off by Jonak. These are good signs for NYXL fans. And again, the Hunters have to back away. And what do they have to spend on the next fight? So little.
NYXL just stalls long enough to where Chengdu's forced to back out. It's now Chengdu, they'll come back with really one fight left here, and just a self-destruct from Elsa to work with. Pulse Bomb from Save, he'll be Primal from Mono. See if SPB can get a good Pulse Bomb here.
And that would really pave the way for NYXL here. But they're so far ahead in time back now after slowing the Hunters down. They make this aggressive defense work, and Molly, well, you'll be need some replacement parts after that one. Recall by Sabiabi and a kill on Evil Tal, and that should seal the deal for this fight. The Hunters may have a chance to get back in, but there's some stagger here on leave.
That's going to be it. I don't believe they're even going to be able to get back to the card. As the one that would have been able to do it was Jinmu, but he just falls at the hands of Jonak, and that will be map number 2 in favor of NYXL.
Well, it looked like there'd be no defense match at all for both sides over the course of Numbani, but just as NYXL was starting to, to get rolled out of the map, they managed to stabilize there. Of course, we're calling them out. Molly going down to that self-destruct that should have been really safe. Hotbar was, he demeched in a 1v6 scenario, essentially. There was a Brigitte there for shielding. There was a cart to LOS with, to hide behind line of sight and prevent that from hitting you. Without a Zenyatta there, and with a Brigitte with no shield, it's so easy then for the Echo to come in, burst the Brigitte down, and NYXL, again, they do what they do best. They're so good, man, at winning these fights when you least expect them to, when they're down a play. That's usually the metric we use as casters, right? We see the first kill. Depending on who it is, we usually think, well, that definitely
Unless a big play
is a low
happens,
percentage to win.
I mean, you usually think the other team is the team that gets first blow is able to win the fight, but with NYXL, they're so good at just drawing these fights out longer and longer and longer and giving themselves a chance to bring it back.
Yeah, so, I mean, rough stuff for the Hunters there, but they, should take heart in the fact that they've already snapped up one map in this series, and this one is going to go to at least 4 for NYXL going forward. Now they want to stabilize and, again, show a bit more of that strategic brilliance. The Roadhog play was fantastic. Nice little tweak for New York. Let's see if there's any more up their sleeves as we head out now into map number 3.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by ZipChair Gaming, the official chair supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to your game break presented by Pringles Wavy. And this match has been back and forth. Although both maps been fairly close, at least Numbani was close, Matt, until NYXL really started to slow the pace down. Chengdu got very close to finishing the map, though, but a few gaffes cost them, and NYXL continues to show why they're so good at winning fights when they're down 1 or 2 players.
I think that's where Chengdu needs to take their next step, though, as a team. Like, they can play very well in this fast-paced type of play style, but when the game slows down, all they know is to just keep going fast. They need to develop another type of play style, another type of composition that they can slow the game down and they can play at the same pace as a team like NYXL when they bring in like a Roadhog or something in the mix. The thing that ended up losing them, Numbani, ultimately was staying with the Winston and the dive and just be separated, taking one-on-ones against a Roadhog for so long.
Yeah, I mean, they got pushed so hard on defense. Their offense looked good, but the NYXL, they didn't play Roadhog. You know, they switched to a very similar composition, and we sort of saw how these comps interact with each other a little bit. You know, like what it looks like to play mirror comps on a map like Numbani and how hard it can be to sort of to slow down the game. I think it was harder for NYXL for a lot of the map. They were definitely at risk of getting snowballed. Bear in mind, though, Numbani is the kind of map where you can snowball through that second part of the map quite quickly. It really slows down when you're in that final stretch. You come out of the underpass, and then you've got to get around the corner. But the NYXL showed some really great individual play there as well. The Echo play looked top-notch. Sabiolby having a couple clutch pulse bombs in the mix there. So that brings us to our crunch time, actually, presented by Pringles Wavy, Matt. And in this crunch time, I want to discuss how teams manage to win fights when they're behind in players. I want to talk a little bit about what it takes for a team to be so good at bringing those fights down when they're a player down.
It's very situational, depending on the player that you do lose in these situations. But when you do have those type of scenarios, what NYXL is good at, what you see them do a lot of the time, is they will lose a player, and then they will just kind of back up, regroup, assess the situation for a second, and then figure out what they're going to do. They don't extend that fight from the moment they lose that player. If they have the opportunity, immediately they back away, they heal up, they reassess. They're okay with giving up almost close to like 98% on a certain point at times or whatnot.
It was that on point A,
and they're willing to give that percentage up to heal up and then devise a plan to be able to break that, where I think you see they're so good at juggling the points, stalling it out, and then eventually being able to get a first pick, and then the player that they lose is able to come back in, so you have an advantage.
Do you think it's easier to do that, I guess, in comps like this, as opposed to, let's say, GOATs, right, when it's triple tank, triple support? Do you find that now with this hero pool and the way the meta is, it is easier to fight back from a player disadvantage? Like, there's more variance now in individuals be able to make those big plays?
Yes, because there's more one-on-one play. It's not as... GOATs obviously is extremely team-oriented, reliant on ultimates and kind of like an order of operation, where this you can really play a lot of one-on-one scenarios, a lot of individual duels, 2v1 scenarios that you can make work out. So I feel like there's a lot more openness in terms of the field of play to make these type of situations happen.
Yeah, and I guess I can say this maybe to draw back the curtain a little bit on how casting goes. During GOATs, there was a flowchart that we followed. You know, we checked to see if this was true or this wasn't true. Where do we go next, and how the fight sort of plays out. It's mapped out in a lot of ways. Now, it constantly changes. So as a viewer, as a caster, as a player, coach, whatever, you're always reacting to the game status that updates every few seconds. You know what I mean? Okay, Winston's dead. Like, how are they going to respond? Okay, but they managed to get a pick on the enemy. Zenyatta. Now it throws everything into chaos. So the game's much more in flux. So if you're watching at home and you're finding it like there's a lot going on and maybe it's a little bit hard to follow, that is fair enough. It's because, you know, the likelihood or possibility of either team winning a team fight at any point in time varies. And the teams with really excellent individuals, those that aren't afraid to make plays, which NYXL is stacked with, by the way, will come out on top. Players like Hotbar, always a playmaker. Played a lot of Tracer in his time with the Fusion, you know, when that was even an option, you know, that extra DPS player, and looked really, really good. Still tries to be that aggressor on the defense.
And you see, I think, you know, some people just kind of getting adjusted to this, right? Like, we haven't seen this type of... We saw this type of fast play with GOATs, but GOATs is very compact, close together type of compositions. These are compositions that are very aggressive, and they are all over the place. And I think one of the hardest things to determine when you're watching it is it's all over the place. Teams playing coordinated, but spread out. And then you're also not spread out just in terms of how you are on the map on the ground. You're also spread out in terms of verticality, right? Echo can go up really high. Diva can fly. The Winston can fly. You're playing at all levels of the map, which can make it kind of crazy at times.
So before we head to the break, before our next map, what do you expect from a map like Paris here? It's a very unique map. It's very distinctive in its layout. Do you expect to see now comps that are more tailored to Paris, or do you still think we're going to see a lot of Echo, a lot of Winston
Typically,
play?
you do see comps that are tailored more towards Paris, but I think with how much Echo we've seen over the course of the first 2 days of play, I think you're going to still see a ton of Echo. I do worry about Chengdu's defense here, though, wondering what they decide to do.
Yeah, well, last time we saw them play a Sigma at an off angle to try and shut down flankers, and it had mixed results. So we'll see what Chengdu bring. We're going to take a quick break, and when we return, we're into map 3 on the other side of our game bank, presented by Pringles Wavy. We'll see you in a couple of minutes.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Pringles Wavy. Big crunch, big flavor. The Overwatch League is brought to you by HyperX. Unleash your style, unleash your fury with HyperX Fury Memory. And by Coca-Cola, the official refreshment of the Overwatch League.
Welcome back, everybody. I hope you've been able to find some refreshments before the break, because now we are into our second half of this series. On the other side of our game break, it's going to be Chengdu and New York going at it. And sparks are flying, although we saw them earlier on. Echoes are also flying.
Yes.
Every map, pretty much all the time. Basically never touching the ground. In fact, they essentially live up there and the floor is lava. But NYXL have managed to slow the Hunters down. And when they can force the Hunters to play their style of play, it's one-sided. Last year, this didn't happen. The Hunters actually forced New York to play this fast, aggressive style. Now, New York with a composition like we saw before, where they were actually playing the Echo, the Winston, the Tracer sort of play, it seemed like they've been goaded into that aggression a little bit. They allowed a snowball to happen on Numbani, but now we head to Paris. It's a different map, and again, expect to see New York, Matt, probably try and clamp down on the momentum.
So one thing I've been harsh on Chengdu in the times that we've seen them is the amount of switching they do from map to map. Paris was a map that they would make some substitutions on. They would bring in 18, they'd bring in Bacon Jack and whatnot.
Yeah.
They do not make those changes going into Paris.
Either.
Nope, no Lexa. So they're going to go with this roster, and I like it. They found a consistent team. They can play multiple things. I really like this decision here from Chengdu.
I wonder if it has more to do with the fact that they've found their stride in a starting 6, or the fact that they just want to play the same composition every map, no matter what map. What do you think?
I think it's twofold, right? Because I think obviously Eamon shows some growth being able to play the Winston and being able to play at a fast pace, and they've also found the combination of heroes at work. This time on defense, it looks like they're going to go back to that Sigma play that we really hated the last time we saw them.
What do you think about the Hangzhou then, Matt?
Well, the Hangzhou, you used to like burn down shields, right? I mean, maybe they expect some type of shield composition coming in from NYXL. NYXL could just play a dive into this, and it would be very difficult for Chengdu, right? They don't have a lot of mobility, not a ton of burst damage outside of Jinmu. So it'll be interesting what NYXL decides to do when they see this.
This is normally a composition you'd actually expect to see Baptiste played in, Matt. You know, alongside the Orisa and Sigma and a good anti-dive, and also gives you some options against airborne threats. But no Lengsa and no Baptiste here. So we'll see what Chengdu bring and how Leave actually plays the Echo, because I believe Jinmu was playing Echo for the entire match up to this point. So they've swapped roles here essentially. Xavier will be sneaking. And he'll be beacon, but he's found enough information now to provoke a switch to Lucio for Animo and a May for who we use.
Does he play Reaper yet? Yeah, so they go with a kind of traditional type of composition that we've seen throughout this year, right? They can play slow, they can play control-oriented.
Now, I wonder who keeps Elsa in check in this composition, or if they even need to worry about it. Okay,
I think it's more
gets doused.
They're not worried about it.
Well, Reinhardt definitely fancies a good stash against the Sigma when he can get it. The NYXL are going to make their way all the way around. Holt is thrown out, but they've forgotten about Sabiolbi. Now they've got no choice but to remember. Jinmu quickly steps up and repels Sabiolbi, who will have to maybe teleport to get into position now. He's being chased by Leave. They've forced Sabiolbi to TP, so NYXL playing with 5 players for the foreseeable future now, at least the next couple of moments. Sabiolbi will be back, but it'll probably be accosted again once more. Still 1 tick for NYXL on the point. Hoppa gets Disuda though, and this is getting a bit rough now. Mano wants to play aggressively, but Jonak and his backline are taking so much damage. Now Sabiolbi gets here, but they have kept tabs on Sabiolbi, Matt.
Yeah.
They may as well have had that guy microchipped. They've known exactly where he was the entire round.
No, they did a phenomenal job just leaving him at the choke, putting a ton of pressure there as well to make sure he couldn't be a factor in the fight. And interesting, Chengdu decides to change. They go off of Orisa and they'll play Rhine. So they'll play the Rhine with the Sigma here. So you typically wouldn't see this because you don't want to play Brawly without the Diva with your Rhine into the Orisa and the Mei. With the Orisa you can play a little bit at a further range. So this is interesting that they decide to go with the Rhine.
Maybe Elsa's just hoping to shut down Sabiolbi, but your defense matrix goes a lot further than kinetic grasp to that
I'm
end.
more worried about the Reinhardt change here than the Orisa, than the Sigma.
Oh, I don't know what anyone was hoping for there. I guess he knew the wall. Leave! Oh, all that health points, the potential shatter. It's gone by the wayside. Sabiolbi's going to get healed up now by Donak's Bionic Grasp, and he's going to keep Mano standing as well. Amon is in deep trouble, and he's already done. And now NYXL have position on the point. It's up to the Hunters to try and find a way to creep out of the hotel here. But Sabiolbi, well, he doesn't have a room key, but he's going to get up there anyway. No hair to be let down to let him up. He's just going to jump up. Jinmu removed by the Fire Strike, and the NYXL, they make it through.
Yeah, no, it'll be fast spawns here for Chengdu as they go and they're going to play the Winston against this. So you're going to play the Winston Tracer against this, which...
This is what we saw in round 1.
What do? You're going to dive into this? I mean, maybe you have a Nano with the Winston here at the beginning and you'll be able to win a fight, but I mean, it could get dangerous.
Sticky bombs, bit of early damage. Sabiolbi going to flank around, has to play individually a lot here. Shatter, okay, easy as you like. Elsa knocked to the ground now, but what do they do with that? Not a lot. The Blizzard, though, keeps the Diva in there, and you love the timing. Who are you knows the Diva gets shattered. It was a solo shatter that was worth it because it gives them a free Blizzard. And now the ultimates that NYXL are charged up are starting to come to fruition. Elsa's chased down, finally switching to the Diva to your wishes, Matt, but a little bit too late to have much of an impact. And now 3:22 on the clock. Amen jumps straight back on in. Jinmu on the trace of that left-hand side. A self-destruct in, doesn't find any targets. Molly is down, though. Evil Tull is also not going to fare much better, and it's just the Tracer and the D.Va left to try and stall things out. Jinmu's forced back. Who Are You doggedly pursues him to the end. Elsa desuited, and that'll do it. 3 minutes and 3 seconds on the clock for NY.
And you think about the compositions that Chengdu had, and that's why I said I was worried about their defense, because we saw them play the Arisa Sigma last week, and it didn't look good, but that was mostly because of Elsa's positioning. But that time they win a fight convincingly with the Arisa Sigma, and then they opt to go Rhine Sigma and take the brawl when they don't have the damage. Like you're gonna play the Rhine Sigma versus Rhine D.Va, and the D.Va has the advantage of being able to use Defense Matrix, eat all the long-range damage that you're putting down with Hangzhou and Echo. So you lose out on your damage, and then you ask Eamon to play close quarters against Rhine, Mei, Reaper. It's just not going to work. And then the switch to Winston, it was just not good there for Chengdu. Just really bad adjustments.
I'd love to sit down and have a cup of coffee with the, I'd love one now actually, if anyone's got, but in general with the Chengdu coaching staff and pick their brain, because they always seem to come up with a very different approaches. I also think that a lot of their players and their players' strengths get a lot of agency when it comes to determining strategy, but that was, look, like you kind of spelled it out, Matt, like that composition just objectively just didn't look to be the answer.
I think too, you know, obviously, like the coaching staffs for all of the teams are extremely important, but when the players get into the game, it's really on the players to identify the trends of the game of the one that they're currently in, and then also figure out adjustments around that. If you're the players on Chengdu, maybe some of the things you're seeing and the decisions you're making after that just aren't the ones you need to make, right? Where I think potentially you need to switch up what they're deciding to run.
Yeah, can they see that New York are actually playing that quote-unquote less safe style of defense, you know, centered around the dive. So they take a Brigitte and they say, dive this. All right, that winter bomb's not going to last long. There's going to be a lot of spam in that choke. Yep, see the sticky bombs there on the floor.
This'll be
Amon takes a salvo.
This'll be the test for Amon, right? On some of the other maps, like, you didn't really have to dive into a very difficult choke to break. I mean, this is all on him, right? Picking the target, getting the follow-up with his team.
Yep. This is our episode of So You Think You Can Monkey. Judged by myself and Mr. X. Amon got pushed off the high ground there. Great peel from Hotbar, though. He responded awfully fast, knocking the Winston away. This gives Sabiolby a huge amount of space. A lot to work with here. Jinmu. Mano gets very low here. Jinmu looks for Who Are You now. Focus beam though, and Molly is out of the picture. That means now that Jinmu has to stay relatively close, and he won't get a lot of healing in a pinch. So losing the Zenyatta here does hurt.
I mean, it's not even as much of the healing, right? In this type of scenario, when you're playing like the flankers and you're trying to break in, you need the Discord Orb for the Zenyatta. It just makes the flankers and even the tanks just more devastating in terms of damage output. So you lose Molly, you have to back out. Now we'll see Chengdu regroup. Same with New York, as New York will be ahead in terms of ultimates.
Transcendence there for Jonak. No Sombra for him to have to worry about. Mano just staying a little bit close. Whip shot will push him back. He's quite happy with that. He wants to play with the rest of his team anyway. There's a pulse bomb here for Lee, and Hotbar just denies him straight away. Lee, though, will not be denied. He gains a bit more ground. Will find his way through, but now Sabiolby's sent to try and dispatch him. It leaves him deep trouble. Forced to recall now. Hard to track him. I don't think NYXL know where he is right now, but it may not even matter. Who Are You got a very quick primal rage. He does see Transcendence, though. He's able to force that out essentially for free.
Yeah, Jinmu using getting close to his primal rage as well.
Yeah. Yeah, will he get there, though? Yes, he does. Primal rage comes out immediately now. Has to be the Transcendence used. Jinmu is going to try and make short work of the NYXL, but that Transcendence is a lot of good healing for New York. Sabiolby now, again, a stalemate as the Hunters are boxed in, but eventually you have to open up the box and see if the cat's alive or dead, and it looks like it's the latter here for the Hunters. Yup, another for Sabiolby, runs down Molly, and the Hunters, that steam, that momentum that they love so much, Matt, is running low.
And Jinmu was not able to really get that primal quickly. As soon as he got primal, he was in it for maybe a second or two, and then he just got taken out of it as his duplicate ran out. He was like eliminated and then just kind of sent back to being Echo. So Jinmu didn't really get much of anything out of switching to that Winston, as now Chengdu in a position where final fight, 50 seconds left. And I say
watch out for Brig
I say final fight because they're going to have a self-destruct here, and that's about it.
Sabiolby is waiting. He gets shield bashed. He could be in trouble. Playing risky. Worked out so far. He's got his eyes on Molly, and it looks like, yep, Evil Tower wasn't ready to help. Molly goes down. Who are you? Able to find it with the Primal Rage, and Savior, I mean, his job is done. No one even gave him a second look there. There was too much threat coming from elsewhere. Must feel so good.
The last portion of that one fight when we were on his POV, they didn't even turn around and try and clean him up, as Chengdu's going to struggle to even get to the point.
13 seconds on the clock. Not a lucky number for the Hunters. Especially looking at how these ults are and where they're positioned. They're going to go for it anyway, though. But NYXL move up to meet them in the choke. It looks like Elsa made his way through to the point. Anubis gets stuck. Shield up. Okay, he stays alive now with that Transcendence in play. Elsa's going to find Who Are You. It's tough to dodge that if you don't have your glide ability available. There's a Discord Orb there on the mech of Hotbar. And the Hunters, again, at the final moment, have a chance to make it across the line. Leaves taken down. But Jinmu finds himself too, and even has the time to go back and get himself a mini health pack, a bit of a refreshment, a cool soda pop. But the Hunters now are feeling the heat.
But the Chengdu Hunters should be able to take this. It's just save, they'll be alive, so they'll be able to extend it, get point A, but you see already it took them so long that they're not going to be able to beat NYXL's time bank.
No, start well behind the 8 ball. At least they have Transcendence for this next fight. Primal's there too. Let's see what New York can do. I wonder where Savior is standing right now. Okay, so he's actually playing on this flank. So he sees this, and he is safe from getting pushed. Leave is going to try and push up now, and a bit of a contrived duel between Traces. He was just going to be happy to entrench himself here, and Mano also isn't too worried until Leaf gets close.
Leaf's trying to gain information. He's trying to figure out where the supports are, so you just kind of use process of elimination, right? The Tracer was to your left, you see the Winston on the right, you know the supports have to be in the back. That's why you see Chengdu dive this so heavily.
Self-destruct there from Hopper, doesn't find anything, and in fact, after he gets out of the mech, he's taken down. Now NYXL do what they do best and back up. They're going to try and play this slow, get the stall. Who are you? Actually copies a Tracer there. That's just for his own safety. There's a chance he can build a pulse bomb, but a little bit hard with defense matrix in the mix. You can see he's close, but didn't quite get there in time. Now he'll play over the top side and is chased down by Elsa. Overall, pretty unsuccessful Echo ultimate there. Didn't really help advance the cause of the NYXL. It's more than just staying alive at this point. It's actually getting kills and staying in the fight. Anubis forced to back away here. Mano also quite low, and Who Are You's coming on the Doom Fist. Self-destruct. It's a copied one. It's still as good as the original, though. Elsa finds himself a kill. It's like Jinmu and Elsa both went for those at the same time. And now he's able to chase down. And the Hunters, man, they should be able to push forward on this one. Hotbar going to be burnt down by the focusing beam easily enough, and he's knocked away. 1 minute, 21 seconds for New York, for Chengdu here after their attack.
Yes, Chengdu able to make it happen, where I thought New York was going to pull out one of those classic New York stalls, because you had Animo pop the rally, they're waiting for Mono to come back in, they have Who Are You on the Doom, and then they make one big last-ditch effort where Jonak pops the Transcendence, and they push with those 3 on in, which is not enough, though, to get the point. Really kind of go in their favor, get the map to go in their favor. So Chengdu with some signs of life here. 1 minute and 21 now on the clock.
See these last moments here. Jinmu and Elsa self-destruct at the same time. One high, one low. I mean, come on. How is that fair? It could have been worse. They could have thrown one Diva Bomb inside and left one outside, and then you're
here's
really
what's
screwed. Either way.
what's fun, but also scary, is the teams have really only gotten to use Echo like in the PTR and scrims and whatnot for about a month now. Just imagine the type of things that'll evolve over time in terms of like the compositions that you could play around her, and also who the other team plays into her, which dictates who she can duplicate and what she can do. It'll be I feel like we're just at the tip of the iceberg.
Does that mean that she's almost uncounterable in that regard?
No, I think a hit scan type of play definitely counters her. What I would be interested in is how something with a lot of verticality deals with hit scan players. Like if you were able to run like a Pharah Echo, right, and have 2 people in the sky, how does, because that almost forces the reaction to double hit scan.
I mean, why aren't you playing it now? I guess there's no Mercy,
No Mercy,
right?
that's
if
the
Mercy's
biggest
back
issue.
Gosh, if Mercy's back in, that could be quite something. You'd have to play double hit scan or just, I don't even know. Let's focus on the now and see what happens if that actually becomes something we need to consider. NYXL defending here, so 3 minutes and 3. The Hunters have gained so much ground. New York are playing this so safe, even though the composition doesn't really lend itself here to actually playing all clumped up together. Okay, they send the dive out. They force the recall from Leave, who gets discorded immediately as he comes out, but they've given point presence here. That's 2 ticks.
That's
NYXL, they have to do something soon now. They may risk giving up the big lead that they had. So now they're on the point, and they are healthy as well. Who are you? Works aim on down. Leave's able to find Jonak, get rid of him. Hotbar's dueling right now with the Diva on the point. You can see the Echo flying over the top. Still ever present is Jinmu through this fight. He's taking the pick back from Leave. He says it's mine now, and he can have it as far as I'm concerned. Fantastic fight from him, and New York don't play the safe, stable comp, and well they get punished.
No, their gamble just doesn't pay off, as they were like, okay, we'll give up the 2 ticks, so you have 3 minutes on the clock. We're confident we can take point A. So they decide to give up the 2 ticks and just poke down from a distance, as Chengdu has to stay on the point. And then they're like, well, we'll just go clean it up and win 1 fight. They're not able to win that fight, though, and now they give up that first point. That's massive for Chengdu.
Now NYXL have to really stop this momentum. The Hunters have a good advantage in terms of ult percentage, and that pulse bomb did not find its mark. Transcendence from Jonak is definitely going to be the order of the day in scant moments, but Jinmu is helping Amon out, cleaning through the front line, and there may be another Diva bomb here from Elsa, who's just trying to keep up, but he's like, that's not fair. You have an advantage against me building ultimates, and still the bomb comes out. Jinmu throws it in. Elsa finds Animo in the meantime, though. Instead of being flashy with bombs, he finds the kill. That bomb, though, at least from Hotbar, buys a bit of time. And who are you also helping the stalling effort by Coppering or Winston? Jonak is in trouble. Don't expect him to get out of that one alive, but Hotbar at least is able to reciprocate by finding Molly. The Chengdu Hunters, though, still have 5 players. They have a tick, and they have a dream. Pushing into who are you now? Mano's able to find just Evil Talon, still buying time, playing passive, trying not to dive too deep into enemy territory, but focusing beam makes it so hard to use high health pools as a form of staying power. Mano's out of the mix now. The stall is there. They get Chengdu into overtime, and they'll have to be happy with that.
But Chengdu completes the map there, as that is just massive. Chengdu gets both points. They only get a minute and change on the clock, and they're able to run it back. That gives Chengdu a map. Look, you win this map if you're Chengdu. You can secure yourself a Game 5 control.
You're happy
You are
with that.
extremely happy with saying, hey, we have 1 map to play with, and then we can go to control to potentially win the series. If you're Chengdu, you'll take that every time you start this matchup up.
Yeah, I mean, it's Lijiang Tower, so, you know, you can do so much with that echo play on that kind of map. I mean, we might see New York play something a bit safer in the early rounds, like they did against Shanghai, but you're New York, you don't want to go there. No way!
No.
You want to go anywhere near that map right now, not against this team.
No.
It has to be here on Paris, and this is interesting, isn't it? This is much more consideration back towards that defensive play for Chengdu, so they say, okay, well, we now know at least what we need to do and how long we need to hold for. Let's see if we can play something more durable.
Well, this is what they did
compact.
the last time, but then for whatever reason, Eamon switched off of Arisa and went Rhine. I expect New York to maybe, well, it's difficult because they want to play this composition. They're playing on point B, but they're not exactly sure they should play it here at the start. So they're going to have Sable B go out spot check. And if they see this comp, there's a good chance they go Reaper May. Yep.
A reasonable decision there for New York. So they get the information and they make an informed decision. And they need to be very quick about this now. If they want to secure this map, they need to finish it and then have some time left over. Could be even a draw here.
I just feel like the front-loaded damage of this composition is not enough for them to be deterred on the Reaper May.
And that's fair enough when you've got the Moira in there for healing. And obviously QE is able to self-heal, so is the
Not a good
Reaper.
wall, though. Doesn't get anybody split, so they're going to have to burn some time here. Oh, that's a huge pick from Lieb as well.
Yeah, they messed that up. New York not able to find the mace. Okay, they commit anyway. So they build a Transcendence so fast. They want to try and do something with this, but in the end, it allows them to get Evil Tail. Looks like Evil Tail was pretty deep there. So now a 5v5, and the NYXL are going to have a play back a little bit quicker. Now Chengdu are short-handed in this engagement, and Elsa, well, he's short on life force as well. On that up in the high, you can see Lee just trying to rain down those sticky bombs, but the Bionic Grasp from Jonak is surprisingly effective there, and Lee is all on his own now. New York get what they wanted. They get a quick point cap on
And
that.
if I see Chengdu switch to some kind of Winston comp here, I'm going to be be quite angry with you, Mitch. Is okay. So they bring in the Sombra.
And why am I getting in trouble if they do that?
Because
You mad at them, bro?
yeah, no, I'm getting angry at you. So you're the only one here I
wow.
can speak to get angry at. So.
Oh, this
So I'll
kind of
direct
sucks.
my
Yeah,
anger at
anyone
you.
to come? Someone come join our TeamSpeak and shield me from this. Well, look, you're fine, Matt. I'm fine, should I say, because Amon is stuck on 4 legs.
Which I think is the right play for now. I think if New York makes a play, you change off of it. Both support ults out here for New York, so that's good for Chengdu.
Oh, Jonas going aggressive. Okay, Molly got enough healing there. Nice by Evil Child to very quickly give him a repair pack while he was running away. That's very, very nice.
And look, now Leave gets a 1 kill in the fight. You can hold on to Duplicate. You have Supercharger as well here. You're starting to build up some ultimates. Is New York, who's in the driver's seat in terms of time bank. Remember, New York had about 3 minutes and change on the time bank. Chengdu had a little bit over a minute. And Chengdu's able to run it from point A and get point B on their OT. Hotba has to jump off. This is going to be more time. New York's next attempt is probably going to be with about 40 seconds left on the clock at best. And you know they're getting some ultimates, but with the stall opportunities, it's so risky. Elsa, Elsa goes over to D.Va here to potentially try and get like an eat on a blizzard he knows is coming.
Yeah, he's creeping as well. He's even trying to control walk to make his steps quieter. They heard him. They saw him. All right, Manu. I mean, yeah, the man just barrels through. Nothing he likes to do more. Okay, Shadow doesn't quite play out there, but Amon is still taken down. His supercharge was removed awfully fast. Evil Tal with the rally. Forced out of position, leaving out of the back line, looking for Animo here. Jonak's going to have yet another coalescence in this fight. That's 1 per fight so far, and he lets it go immediately. He really doesn't wait on that ability at all. Now, where does this bomb go? Okay, nice ice block from Who Are You? That actually avoids him getting EMP'd. It was only Animo that was affected by Jinmu's ultimate on Sombra there, which is really not enough if you're at this point. NYXL looking like they might be able to finish the map here and keep pushing things on. And that would be a draw, of course, if they get there. Sabiolbi waiting for Lee to drop, but he comes anyway. His wings were long since clipped. Doomfist play on the point now for Jinmu, trying to break the deadlock, but, well, he just gets the dead part. Elsa desuited, Evil Tal over the point, and this will be a capture here for the NYXL, and both teams will have a chance to quote a very famous streamer, go again.
Yes, we'll put a minute back on the clock for each team, as both teams able to complete the map yet again, but Chengdu's way more impressive, way less time on the clock. They're able to get it back, so Chengdu will start now on defense. We'll see what type of setup they can get going. Do they play the Orisa Sigma again? Do they opt to move away from it?
Out of the two of these, New York definitely seemed to have the edge on getting that quick point A cap. You remember Chengdu took them quite some time. Sabiolbi constantly flanking was a bit of an issue for them.
And I like this decision potentially from Chengdu. Well, actually, Chengdu's on offense here.
They're on offense.
They're on offense here. So we can talk about NYXL. They're going to be playing that dive on defense. Chengdu, though, I think should play dive on their defense. I mean, that's what I was alluding to. I don't think they want to play against that May Reaper again. I think they'd rather take their chances.
I mean, don't you think that perhaps playing with the Orisa Sigma is good to buy that time, though? Maybe if they actually regroup and play back a little bit more than they had, then they could get value from a composition designed to benefit from Moira's heal?
I mean, well, I think New York has a distinct advantage, though, when they can play that slower May Reaper comp and get to the point. And I think at that, when New York gets to the actual point, there's nothing that Chengdu can do about it at that point, because there's just so much to sustain on New York, and Chengdu can't close the gap.
Slight switches here. Leave on the Tracer. Evil Tal looked like he was going to switch, but he doesn't. So Jonak is on the Ana here. All right. Let's see it then. Jinmu working around that left-hand side if you're looking from this screen.
First pick is massive here.
Yeah. Popper discorded. Molly. Both teams know it as well, man. You sort of speak it into existence. You can sort of see it manifest. That fear of losing a player first. Chengdu have lost 40 seconds now. Oh, okay. That focus beam does not find anything at all. So Hunters have nothing to go on right now, and they put themselves in one fight territory here, which is, I guess that's what
they couldn't do anything else, right? You can't just go in there and be reckless. You have to kind of play for a pick in this scenario, but is anyone going to get to the point? So it looks like Lee will get on and get a touch.
Okay, he does. He just gets that overtime going. Sabiolbi now left to duel him. Elsa is 1 HP though, Matt. I mean, they need to keep that D.Va in her super. With Amon down, it's pretty much done. They have no real dive impetus whatsoever. Jinmu got caught by Sabiolbi, even if Lee was trying to keep him up, and that'll be it. Hunter's frozen a little bit there. They didn't want to go at the start of the round. They wanted to wait a little bit, but then when it came time to go, their conditions were no more conducive to them being able to cap out.
Yeah, was not able to get enough damage to try and manufacture a pick. New York didn't really give them much of anything, and we end ourselves with no percentage taken on point A for Chengdu. NYXL now can go on offense. Let's see, though, I think the biggest thing is what does Chengdu do on D? If you see them come out with the Arisa Sigma, the NYXL is going to play that May Reaper yet again and run it to the point and say, hey, come fight us.
1 minute. That's what NYXL have to work with here, and when it comes to breaking that first hold, they haven't exactly been the cleanest.
And this is smart from Chengdu. They've been able to, they don't want to get in a situation where NYXL, because what would have happened here, Mitch, is you cannot play the choke with the Arisa Sigma against the May Reaper. You're going to have to back up and concede some space. You allow them to either take bridge or take point. You can't allow either of those options if you're Chengdu. So then you're forced to really, your only option is to back up to the point and fight them in the neutral, which you can't win. That type of composition with this, you can kind of play it the same way that New York did. They're going to try and get a pick, manufacture a pick in some way, and if you just don't give them anything, you win one fight, you get a draw.
1 tick. That's all they need now.
And New York is coming out on this because they are fully, New York's fully convinced that they're going to be playing the Arisa Sigma here. I think they're going to be a little bit shocked when they see the Winston.
Yeah, but they didn't do any scouting, mate. I guess they didn't feel like they had the time.
Oh, they
for
messed
that.
up the TP.
Oh, yeah, they get split now. This has gone wrong. Sabiolbi staying on the Symmetra. I mean, fair enough. Charge up some beams, throw some turrets down.
Yeah, they thought it was going to be double shield and they get TP by, but it's not.
If this works, I'll eat my shoe. Jonah, yeah, okay, so he goes down early here to the sticky bombs, and the NYXL may squander their first opportunity. Just a bit of due diligence, like they've been doing over the course of this map. I know it can cost you 10 seconds or so, but I mean, you got to do it.
Yeah, so you see players getting shocked, ran down. Yeah, this is you know, New York. They scouted everything perfectly and countered. I actually just think they didn't feel the need to scout because they were so convinced that Chengdu was going to come out with the Arisa and the Sigma. New York's not able to get on the point, even get percentage, and that'll be a draw.
Now, that is hubris, Matthew, Reginald Morello. That is exactly what we saw there from the NYXL. They didn't check the composition. Maybe they thought they didn't have the time, but they came in with something that wasn't going to be effective, and they got punished for it. So we see a draw here on the map of Paris. Are you shocked? Is anyone out there really shocked?
I would actually, so I am going to give more credit to that for Chengdu. Just because Chengdu made a really smart adjustment. It's something I kind of got on them earlier in the series, is that when they saw the slow playstyle, they didn't adjust. They didn't try and change things up. That time they did. That was a really good adjustment there from Chengdu.
All right, I want you to say adjustment 3 more times before we come back from the break.
Okay.
Right? Do you reckon you can do it?
Maybe.
I'll tell you what, I'll spare you that. We're going to get through to a break now, ladies and gentlemen. When we return, it's going to be Route 66 here. The series is tied at 1-1, so we are still going to get a control map at least. Can New York go into that map 5 with an advantage? We'll see right after this.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by T-Mobile, helping you stay connected to what matters most. Learn about T-Mobile's COVID-19 response on T-Mobile.com.
Welcome back, one and all. The Chengdu Hunters give us a little bit of a surprise and lock New York down on the map of Paris, Matthew.
Yeah, no, it's a good surprise from Chengdu. They've looked much more alive in this series than they did the previous one that we did between these two teams. That one was over in minutes. This one, we'll at least see a Game 5 here as Chengdu pulls out a draw on Paris, where they were in a position to just kind of fold in that map, right? 3 minutes in New York's time bank, only about 1:21 in Chengdu's, and Chengdu's able to run the map back, which gives them the opportunity to even get the draw.
Yeah, I mean, it's a huge comeback in terms of the time that they managed to gain, at least 2 minutes that was, gained back unanswered. So New York let their foot off the gas. And if you want any indicator of our belief in this series going the distance, I need to let you guys know that Matthew has obtained himself a caffeinated beverage, so you know that he's going to be sticking around and he's going to be wired for this one. And I hope you guys, if you are in the US or on the East Coast, West Coast, wherever you are, this one could go all the way. Now,
I think it could be.
Yeah. With a draw in that map, we could have quite a bit of control action at the end of the series. And the concern for New York fans, if you're awake yet, is that was where they looked a little bit lackluster going up against the comp that Chengdu's trying to run.
Yeah, as we move to Route 66, I think this could be a punishing map for NYXL to kind of really punish the Hunters. A lot of verticality here, very tough decisions to be made. And if you remember the last time, Chengdu couldn't even get to point A when we casted this one. It was NYXL who was able to get a hold on top of Big Earls.
Well, they're going to be playing this same sort of defensive comp, which is, in fairness, kind of a consensus composition that many teams have come up with over the last week or so with all the information exchange, not to mention the scrimbucks going back and forth. It's no surprise to see teams, even with a shorter time frame as a week, sort of come up with consistent comps.
And they've also had a lot of time to work on this, right? Because they knew that Echo was going to be introduced shortly. They've been able to play with her in the PTR for months. They've had a lot of times to work on some of these comps. You probably would have obviously seen them last week if she wasn't banned.
But she's here, and it looks like she's here to stay, and the game may never be the same, ladies and gents. So Elsa is on the Roadhog here. All right, so Chengdu trying a little bit of what New York threw against them on Nabani, but Elsa's not really hiding, so he's not trying to obscure his existence. But New York now, she got them a little bit anxious. Jonak gets caught already, and yeah, the Roadhog is having the intended effect.
And the Roadhog is good when they play up in the close train car here. I mean, that's what you play this Risa Hog for. I wonder if they stay on it, seeing the success as it...
Why not?
Yeah, it does this far. This allows them to slow the pace down. So this is exactly what I talked about, what I wanted to see from Chengdu when we did halftime. I wanted to see a different look from them. We saw how they played well, and they can match New York in the aggression. It's just when it slowed down, they weren't able to. Now Chengdu's starting to get rolling.
Well, the issue here is for Echo. Like, okay, so Roadhog very vulnerable against Echo's focusing beam. However, to connect the beam with the Roadhog, you need to be in Roadhog's effective hook range, essentially. So a little bit hard to pressure him down without any sort of recourse. Now, Amon's down. Elsa, maybe he catches something from the top rope here. Clever from Mano. Just a bit of a drive-by there with the jump, knowing that he'd probably get hooked instantly. And that burns the cooldown. Elsa has nothing really left after that.
They committed to try and get that kill onto Jonak. They actually get a hook on a Jonak, and he falls underneath inside of Big Earls, but the defense matrix is there, and he's able to keep himself alive by getting the mega health pack. And when they fully committed to that, it allowed NYXL to just start cleaning up some members who they weren't paying much attention to.
Will you see the Winston go? See the rest of the Hunters stay. So Jinmu gets sort of sent in here on what seems to be a mission impossible, but all eyes on the Winston takes them away from lead, and he takes Jonak away from the NYXL. Jinmu now with his Primal Rage I mean, he looks like he's just trying to sow chaos, but he's not trying to really even complete kills.
Doesn't do much.
Just make life hard.
But he didn't really do that. Jonak just kind of hung out. Didn't really need to worry or panic too much. As Jinmu now trying to chase down Anamo, but not able to get a kill. But the rest of Chengdu, they'll make it back to the cart. So you still have Savio B alive, as that's a pulse bomb on him, and not able to finish him off though. Look at what a nuisance.
I mean, and he's still sat in the back line quite safe. He does sort of need some threat to be generated from his actual team so he can make his way forward, but I don't think Eviltar wants to play too far back here, so that is going to give Saviolbi a fair bit of space. Remember, the closer Eviltar plays to the Hunters, the more space that Saviolbi is going to have in general.
Only 1:20 here for the Hunters to make it happen.
Amon just got a lot of value out of those 2 little forays in there with the Tesla cannon. Amon over the top. Throws the bubble down now. He is low and he got chased out. I'm pretty sure I saw some sticky bombs thrown at him, and that's the Winston play from Amon, Matt. Or was it the follow-up?
Two good moves, one bad move, right? As it looked like he did a nice job forcing out some ultimates while he was playing the cart and then just getting over the side of that sign. He had no way teammates were going to be able to follow him up, so he ends up dropping there.
Yeah, a net positive maybe, 2 good moves and 1 bad, but it doesn't really help the Hunters in this situation.
I mean, this is exactly pretty much where they got the card against NYXL the last time, where they got full health.
Jinmu's going to go again here on the Winston. That's the primal Jonak. Oh, Jonak, yeah. Spare a thought. No, he stays alive at least for long enough before Hodver and Savior will get to work. Focusing beam, yeah, that makes pretty short work of Evil Talon. That Transcendence is... Why?
The Who Are You Zen.
All right, fair enough. No, Molly, it was Molly's Transcendence that didn't make any sense. Yeah, he can do what he wants now. He can celebrate, but Molly, I think they were down 3 players when he went for that one.
There's no time he has to, right, if he has it.
Yeah, fair point indeed. Keep an eye on the timer, I guess. Jimu and Evil Talon down, and what has happened to the Chengdu Hunters?
Well,
something about the map.
It looks like the same thing that happened the last time has happened to Chengdu. This looks like an opportunity for NYXL to stop the Hunters, even getting a checkpoint here on Route 66, just like the last time we saw them play.
What was it here that stopped them, though? That's my question.
You know what it is, too? The most interesting part, I think, obviously, it's completely different weeks with different hero pools. They get stopped in virtually the same exact location they got stopped last time. It is something about the choke, I think, around Big Earls and the forcing of verticality here. And Chengdu just was never able to get anything going together, always split off, always losing a player.
You're referring to the map choke,
yes.
Right? Okay, just making sure. Because it was ambiguous, I won't lie. Well, New York don't have much ground they need to cover here. I mean, the only team who I have seen fail to push routes, I mean, I'm sure all teams have done it. The one that I remember most is the Shanghai Dragons against, in map 5, against the Florida Mayhem. And what would have been their first victory, and they were in the same position that New York are in now, and they were not able to finish to get to the golden box of victory.
The El Clasico.
Yeah. Something tells us that New York may have less difficulty here, but again, going at the Roadhog early, that worked for him so well on Numbani.
Anytime you can say the last time we saw this was with the 0-40 Dragons, is you know it's a rare sighting.
I should have qualified that, because it is a vast difference now between the franchise's strength, which is only a good thing. I think we're all very happy about that.
Couldn't have gone down. I don't think people expected it would go up that fast, but Shanghai's done a tremendous job turning that thing around. Completely off topic, but
teams have a history of doing that after a really weak season. Still waiting on Boston. You know, we'll let you know when that happens. You'll hear it here first. The XL are out of the gates here now, so it is Tracer. They got the road.
So you can play this hog composition here and run it exclusively because of where the cart needs to go to. You're 1 pick away from winning the map, so
you never have to switch off at that second point.
And they can't dive it, so you get free cart space as they're trying to get trying to get a bait there. So they'll be just kind of throwing some shots in, trying to get somebody to peek him, and then a hog be there to get a hook.
And if there's any team that's going to want to try and go in on that stuff, it is the Hunt. Right, we're shifting the payload forward here. Okay, no, Hopper is too far away, and he also was looking for an opportunity to hook the Echo in the air. That'll do it. Yep, that's a good prize. A hook combined with focusing beam. Large targets disintegrate in a matter of seconds, and I like the little lead there on Hopper. I mean, no matter what this guy's playing, he's got the Midas touch. And now, as I've recently discovered, Australian Roadhog will take position up on the high ground here. Big Earls doesn't fancy himself a burger. He's on that paleo ting. All right, I feel that. The golden box of victory is right around the corner, and the Hunters are in absolute task.
Yeah, so this is going to be Eamon forced to just kind of face plant into the Roadhog combination here as Savior Beat going on the flank. Pulse Bomb doesn't connect, but gets Molly weak enough. They'll be able to finish him off. 3 other members for Chengdu fall. So that'll be New York taking map number 4.
And there it is. 1 game away from victory now for New York. And if that draw wasn't an issue on Paris, they may have been able to avoid going to our control maps at the end of the series. But that's the way it goes. When we hit map 5, we're going back to control, and that's something that NYXL are going to have to be ready for. If you watch their matchup against the Shanghai Dragons, what was it? Last night now by our time. I guess it was a day ago. They played Lijiang against the Shanghai Dragons, and these compositions were still in effect. So if you watch that, if you're more hardcore than an Apex viewer, then you know what you should be expecting from New York. From Chengdu, though, I mean, it's anyone's guess. Probably the same composition. To be fair.
Nobody's more hardcore than an Apex viewer, though.
No,
they've already seen the future of this match.
That's right. Got to make sure history won't die by mentioning something every 3 seconds. That's exactly how you preserve what has happened in the past. But yeah, so going forward now, the Chengdu Hunters, I'm really interested to see if we get Control Center on Lijiang Tower, Matt. That's something I want to see how these teams play. If New York sort of go away from playing the Echo again, they try Reaper May. But we're going to find out either way, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just delaying it now by talking at you. So we're going to go to a break, and when we return, it'll be map number 5, a chance for New York to end the series.
Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of the Overwatch League.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the Chengdu Hunters are in a series. You're going to get yourself a map 5. It's got a draw in the mix, so there is that asterisk there, but we are back to our control maps in which the Hunters probably looked at their best, Matt.
Nothing would be more Chengdu than getting a map 6 victory. I can't think of many other things that represent Chengdu more.
It is possible. It is absolutely within the realm of possibility.
Yeah.
Either way, we can't get draws out of these next 2 maps, so there will be a victor declared in this series either way. Paris is the kind of map that's going to give us draws, so I don't know if it tells us too much about sort of where the teams are at relative power level.
Honestly,
I think compositions here is going to be key.
I don't even really think Route 66 tells us more about what these teams are at, because we saw Chengdu lose in the same exact fashion to NYXL in the same exact spot pretty much the last time. So,
well, it does tell us something. It just doesn't tell us anything new.
no, yeah, it doesn't tell us anything new. Interesting thing for New York, though, they bring in Libero here. That tells me that they believe that they can get a lot of May Reaper action here, because Who Are You is specifically playing the Echo for this team. When you bring in Libero, I expect to see May, maybe some Bara here on this point specifically, but Bara without Mercy is kind of tough, especially against Echo, who's a little bit faster, harder to hit in the sky.
Well, and then, yeah.
And to be honest, this is actually probably the one point that you didn't want to see first if you're New York. If you would have gotten Control Center and Night Market, those are perfect May Reaper type of maps. This is not it.
I would say that Chengdu got exactly what they asked for here, and yet they seem to be signaling a composition that is nothing in line with what they've been playing so far. We'll see, like, if they use this Symmetra TP. They can't really scout early on this map. It's a little bit hard to get that information.
Hunters want to play May Reaper here?
That's what I'm saying, yeah. The Torb! Let's go! All right.
The Torb is like an answer if they had the Echo, but they don't. As the Hunters come, this is probably throwing New York for a loop. New York's probably like, why are they here on May Reaper? Like, they haven't shown to play May Reaper once the whole series. Like, now they busted out.
Yeah, and it's double shield, so Jonak is like, why am I playing Arctic here? Oh my. Well, Torb is the answer to a lot of things, including the question, what is the meaning of life? But maybe not this composition, we'll see. Leaves able to really start to work his magic on the Reaper, and eventually Sabiolbi just has to succumb. Not a great way for New York to start the fight, and they get thrown for an absolute doozy of a loop.
And we're going to see a coalescence come out here from Mali at the beginning, and this will be a fight that Chengdu should certainly win. As Mono...
You got Molly Mono. Good job.
And Eamon takes him off the side, as you would have rather have Eamon alive right now.
Yeah, sleeping with the hollow fishes, and NYXL are continuing to push in. They haven't made huge compositional changes, though. Libero is actually on the Torbjorn here. There's no Diva to eat up that Molten Core, so there is that, and he's going to let it go now. Wall goes up that was thrown up there by Jinmu. Sound barrier now for the Hunters. And the NYXL, no one's taken the point yet. So New York aren't being punished for staggering and committing to this fight. And if they win, it's even better. Sabiolbi takes down Evil Talent. Looks like that may actually be the case. The Molten Core really opened the fight up positionally, and Libero is looking pretty now. Sabiolbi finds 3 kills, and that'll be it. NYXL win the fight, and they weren't ready for the comp, but they adapted.
You can't lose that if you're the Hunters. I mean, you have an optimal composition at that point. You're on the point itself. You get the first pick off. We laughed about it, but it all turns when Eamon takes Mono off the side, where all he needed to do was just swing twice.
That was 100% a Hodor moment. Sabiolbi, let me back in. Couldn't get away. Great pick. Amon, a little bit low. Elsa 2, so much damage here. Front loader from the NYXL. Libertal's down. Libero fighting. Oh, that's the shatter of the match. Absolutely astonishing, and Chengdu are reeling. Animo follows up with a quick boop on leave to send him over the edge before he could realize what was going on. Now they will be able to catch Hotbar here. No stagger though, as there's a point that needs to be captured, but the Hunters do not have the numbers here. Dating species and all that. These Panthers?
Chengdu has the right idea. It's just the execution is just all over the place. As they get split off here, Eamon's gonna die.
Yeah, exactly what happened to Sabiolbi. Anything you can do, I can do better, and I'm not even playing Echo to prove it, says New York. But they love being here in Reaper May territory, Matt. They love it.
This is a scary thing for Chengdu to see, because they come out with a surprise May Reaper, and NYXL's not ready for it, and NYXL is able to beat them at it, then switch to the May Reaper, where they know the next point's coming up, that they're going to have to beat New York at this game.
Ball goes up.
Yeah.
I mean, they snuck through. Nice reaction by Chengdu. Sabiolbi's holding. Okay, Jimmy's Blizzard gets eaten up by Hotbar here. This is huge. Sabiolbi has Death Blossom. Maybe he waits for Blizzard and goes Death Blossom Blizzard. I call that combo the Lich King. Okay, another wall. More time ball for New York, man. Chengdu have to go now, but they're going to go up against the sound barrier. Got to use one of their own here. Charge forward from Mano. Was close to another shadow, but he may not have a chance to use it. The Reaper was stuck inside of his shield. Savior being booped off of the map here, and in fairness to Chengdu, they had to win the fight here, and they had to spend ultimates, but New York did too, so they're feeling not so bad about it.
Yeah, I mean, no other option for Chengdu but to invest into that fight, but New York, they'll come back with a Shatter and Blizzard, as the Shatters from Mono have been very good on this point. Looks like they're going to wrap around. Mono just trying to provide some shielding for the rest of his team, maybe wait for a speed boost here. Maywall's early. Who's following up on that?
It doesn't create much of an opportunity for a pick.
They can push the bridge now, yeah.
Yep, Anubis gets his team through. Boop there just to corral the Hunters a little bit more. Oh, they've lost Libero though. He's over the edge. It's traded out. Both Mays are down, but Mano loses his life with that aggressive charge. It's 4 up now for the NYXL. Saviob's forced to stay around the corner here, and New York, well, might be advised to hold on to some of these ultimates. Animo gets the kill on leave. Shatter comes out from Amon, at least yields him a kill. This is after chaos. New York,
didn't need that
they're
Shatter.
giving in. New York are giving into the corruption map. The tendrils are getting at them. Their cloak isn't high enough level.
New York's doing it now. I mean, look at this. They forced them to use all of their ultimates, and New York hasn't really used much of anything. Now you have Blizzard to use.
Mano should be able to get a kill here. Amon, good charge out, gets him away from the rest of his team and from Defense Matrix. And found himself a free Jinmu. Sabiobi finds that kill. And Libero switched to the Doomfist now. NYXL back to the point. It's theirs to take, and they will have it.
Wait, what?
Completely dominated. Actually ruined. Evil Tile chased Sabiobi down. You don't get more owned than that. NYXL, I thought they'd have the point map. They managed to take it back, so we're in overtime. That's a huge rocket punch from Libero. It actually keeps Elsa away from the point, forced him to actually use his self-destruct there on the spot instead of on the point where he would have wanted it to. The Doomfist switch is huge
Jinmu
now.
with the Blizzard, though. This should allow Chengdu to buy some time.
That's it. Jinmu's down, and it's just the Diva left here. Okay, the Doomfist in now. Flying Fists of Fury. There's a lot of it happening, but Leave is very low and has to abscond awfully fast. New York. What a great round. What a fantastic round of Overwatch. They'll get the first one on Lijiang Tower.
That goes all the way down to the wire pretty much. Is Chengdu just a few small mistakes there. So now I think it gets more interesting because New York, I assume, will go back to May Reaper here. Yep. What does Chengdu decide to do? May Doomfist Baptiste would be very odd.
Legs are sitting on the bench like, hey, this was not part of the deal. Don't sub me out and then just decide to play my main. Bruh.
Well, if you're going to play Baptiste and you're going to play this type of composition, you can't play Doomfist. This has to be like a Reaper or something. Leave with a TP, let's see what he does.
Likely.
Yeah, it's got to be Reaper. Okay, so they decide to go with Baptiste instead of playing the Moira. You can play way more aggressive with the Baptiste because of the immortality field.
This has nothing to do with Baptiste ultimate at all.
No, not a clue.
Everything
immortality field. Yep.
Alright, Hotbar down. Oh, Dronak's going to struggle. He's a little bit low on juice there, trying to keep Mano up, but nope, too much front-loaded damage here, and that's maybe where Baptiste shines. He can get consistent healing down, plus he has a second source of it.
Yeah, you almost don't even really need Molly to worry as much about the healing at first, and really just kind of get drone and then just burst heal everybody in like an AoE, and that's how you see he's able to build up a lamp rather quickly. The Amp Matrix, so I don't know who's getting value out of this. It's really just probably a lot about his own individual healing. Fire strike through.
All right, well there it is.
Yep.
Yep, looks like he got it. A little bit of a tight one. Amon pretty much fired his fire strike parallel on top of the window, but he got it. New York looking a little bit beleaguered, a little bit clueless right now. Great little fold back though to get rid of Leave. Everyone turns on him, and Dronak's able to find a kill credit, and just as I say it, cast a curse. It rings true.
They sound barrier
see Ice Block from Jinmu? Yes, because Jinmu was in Ice Block and he had to pop out just at the right time. I think he
Chengdu's using everything. They blizzarded, the sound barriered, Ravidic Flux, like now we have a Shatter. Death Blossom. Chengdu is just, they have pushed all of their chips to the middle.
This is called surrendering to your most primal of urges, Matt. That is so questionable, and I don't even know if Jinmu managed to get sound barrier. I think he popped out of Ice Block a little bit too late.
They used,
and that's what caused him to get picked off so fast.
They used every ultimate they had, for 10% extra on the point.
And they still lost the fight.
Yeah. But the fight was unturnable. They were always at least one player down. And they were staggering their ultimates just for it. Oh, man.
No, this is not going to go much better. All right. Well, Jonak goes down. So that was a solo mission from Leave and nothing else. But now he can turn in with the rest of his team and start to find their way through the NYXL. I mean, credit to Chengdu. They use every ult, they get nothing. They use nothing.
And they get everything.
And they get the fight. Yeah. What a paradoxical outcome for this team, but one we shouldn't be surprised by at this point.
But it makes sense though, because they're so individually skilled, like mechanically, that they're able to just pull these type of fights out. But there'll be Jonak with a Coalescence, and it's going to be a sound barrier from Monimos, and New York does not want to give this point up.
Yeah, and fair enough. But we'll see if they are going to have to use any of those ultimates. No, they just leverage the sound barrier for the time being, and Savior. Oh, the boot! Evil Tail sent him into the back line. It helped him at least in a little way, but still it caused him to get picked off ultimately. Both Reapers traded out now. You don't commit to this fight.
No
Elsa's is down. Finally, the Hunters learn how to let go. One of the many stages of grief, and they finally get over the hump.
So New York, all they got here is Shatter. Where if they try and play close at the door, you could blizzard this quick and try and make a play. That'll be Leave, who basically TPs right into Savior. They're going to hunt him down.
Yeah, I mean, no amount of Wraith Walk is going to get you out of it. That was perfect. It was so good. Mano knew that the Hunters were going to try and chase it and save Leave, so he turns around and shatters a good 5 of them. It's wrong.
Heyman answers with a shatter.
That was so nasty. I don't think he's got much to pick up though. Look at Saviobi's position. He can turn, I mean, he can do anything he wants from right here. He's got a couple supports harrying him, just nipping at his heels, but NYXL are 92% and counting now, and it only gets better from with the Coalescence out from Jonak, hosing them down, 97%. Here comes Leave, walled off for the rest of his team, and that's the death knell. Yeah, I think they're going to struggle to come back from that one. Saviobi wants to push forward a little bit more now, and that's Jinmu, he loses his Blizzard. It is a comedy of errors for the Chengdu Hunters, and nothing's going right. Hot for self-destruct, connects, and ultimate economy. So far in the red for the Hunters, it's not even funny. I'd be calling their broker if I was them and getting the heck out, because they are done. The NYXL will take this series here in map number 5 with a 3-1 victory.
Oh, it's a close series though, Mitch. I think the Hunters, they played so much better than they did last week against NYXL. I think you can really see the evolution of this team. It's just they have some of those moments, man, where the fight is clearly a loss, and we're just investing, and we're just going deeper and deeper in to the ultimate economy that they can never bounce back from.
There are so many allegories to gambling there, you know what I mean? Like just taking unnecessary risks and sort of losing out as a result. Hey, we have a chance here to talk about our player of the match. It is going to be Sabiobi, Matt. Over the course of the series, he was Mr. Consistent, and that's what we love for him. He wasn't just consistent, though. Had some really big moments and played a wide array of different heroes. We saw him on plenty of that Tracer action, which was always a pleasure.
Yeah, you love to see him play, you know, the classics, right? It's Tracer, the Reaper, Saviobi. It's great to see him in the lineup for NYXL, and I think as Tracer, look, if she can become a mainstay in the meta and a consistent pick, it gives New York one of the best Tracers in the league, where I think a lot of fans are excited to see him back on the hero.
One of these days, I'm going to be in a backwater pub. I'm going to be like 70 years old if I make it that far. Little Rock, Arkansas or something, and I'm going to ask him to put on the jukebox, Saviobi on Tracer. And all the Zoomers in there are going to look at me like, what the hell are you talking about, man? I ain't about this. I'm like, nah, put it on. Let me show you. Let me educate you. It was great to see. Also, he looks really solid in the Reaper May setup here. Saviobi really enables his team to play those classical compositions with an unparalleled level of consistency, which is something we often level at NYXL. And Matt, in a time like this, when the meta is changing so much based on heroes being unavailable to play, being able to go back to something safe, consistent, still play it when it may not be statistically the best composition is such a huge boon.
Yeah, just have somebody in the lineup as well who's a really stable, good leader, to have him being able to play consistently, whether it be like Tracer, McCree, Widowmaker, the Reaper, like consistently have him in the lineup. Just huge for NYXL this year.
Yeah, so to recap things for New York, a little bit of a closer matchup against Chengdu this time around, but still one that they'll be happy about the result with. My cat is currently under my monitor, and he's just knocked out one of my screens. So I'm dark, but all you need to see is me, and I can hear Matt, and that's all that matters. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a pleasure to have you with us tonight. The matches kick off tomorrow, starting with the Philadelphia Fusion and the Paris Eternal. That is a big matchup. Two of the heaviest hitting teams from the American region. At least that's where they're based right now. We're going head-to-head. I've been obviously prevented from casting Philly matches until further notice, pending an investigation into my bias. But I hope you enjoy the games. It's been a pleasure to have you with here tonight. If you're here in the US, sleep well. Anywhere else in the rest of the world, enjoy your day and get ready for some more Overwatch coming at you at 12 p.m. PST. We'll see you then.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Xfinity, the preferred internet provider of the Overwatch League.